Oh na 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 na. Oh na 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 yeah. Banana kala. Na 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 na. Anina wa. Anina sawa. Oh yeah. Anina Equatorian. Nasawa. Anina Equatorian. Beled wahid. Anina Equatorian. Anina Equatorian. Oh yeah. Kanita minyambio. Kanita mintori. Weleta min Juba. Yeah. Anina Equatorian. Keresia sama kesi manina. Yeah. We strong, we stand together. Yeah. Kanina gulu wahi. Equatoria biraba. Yabirwa pijama, asan belet na biraba. So give us pen, don't give us guns. Oh yeah. Give us ipanabule. Oh yeah. Anina Equatorian. Nasawa, Anina Equatorian. Belet wahid, Anina Equatorian. Anina Equatorian. Oh yeah. Kanita zande, kanita mai, au kukuye. Anina Equatorian. Kelele na hivo na fusina. Kebili ya kede maferiganina. Salam wa sakhafa Behaja derino Hasan belet na piraba Arif mapisaido. So give us pen, don't give us guns. Give us ipanabule. Anina Equatorian. Nasawa, Anina Equatorian. Beled wahid, Anina Equatorian. Anina Equatorian.
Nina kulu sawa jama. So my prayer panangala. I love my people and I'm the boss.
Ajoli ya buga ya baka. Kuni ya balanda mari. Kapuwa kene kukuku. Lambo lugoya.
Ajoli
Kukusa mulu.
Abukaya
Mari. Mundare.
Nyambara
Kutumu pari makutudo. Lubara buga ya lope. Lulu
Kokosa Mondo Anina kulu nasi sawa. Magi hata bigesi manena. Siasa ma bigesi manena. Anina wahi.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I want to say hello to you from Africa and welcome, Didi. I see you there. Uh, Thank you for joining me.
Hello, thank you. That looks good.
Yeah, Equatoria. This is our state. This is our
What
country.
is the price?
Yeah, it's good. I love this flag. Actually, I mean, this is. I wish it is a flag for us because this image itself is
Yeah,
just beautiful. It has that.
yeah. For
That.
me,
Go ahead.
sorry. For me, the thing that I love about anything about Equatoria right now, I surely appreciate everything that we have done in the past. Our fathers, our great fathers have done. But what I love about it is like when you set a goal, you're working towards a goal. You ought to have the picture and the goal that you're working towards in front of you, because you cannot walk backwards. You walk forward in order to achieve what you want. You gotta have the goal that you have set up in front of you. So you gotta every day you gotta look at it. You gotta work towards it so that you can achieve. That's why I love the Equatorial map the most. So yeah. Although I still love everything about Equatoria. Thank you. Because we're building a new Equatoria, forward Equatoria. And this is something that we want to achieve. Thank you.
Amen. Thank you. Thank you so much. As you know, Equatorial is our ancestral land. It's not just a home. It's where our ancestors have built the legacy, and we have to continue, reviving this legacy to a point to empower it and may become something that will be immortal. Because if you look back in history, our ancestors, when they founded this nation or these lands that soon to be a nation, they did not, did what now we see today, occupy people lands. Instead, it was a free, open land, and our people built their history, even the place where they were buried. And if you, as you see now today, those of the regime and the Dinka community who are coming to occupy our land are mostly sending their people to eliminate Equatorians and to even remove the grave of our ancestors. Imagine those people have been buried for maybe centuries ago, you know, even before that. And look at what they're doing today. They're desecrating their graves. And then also above that, they're desecrating our people by raping, murdering, and chasing our people away from the land. So yeah, for us Equatorians, we need to take Equatoria serious. And I feel ashamed and sad when I see some Equatorians are still acting confused. It's almost like the house Negro who don't know he is actually was like he was created free, and yet he found himself to be in a house as a servant. I see this kind of house Negroes or house slaves who are willingly will dismiss Equatoria just for the sake of South Sudan. This is very shameful, very unmanly if you're a man, unwomanlike if you're a woman. Because women, they are the conscience of men. You know, for women to be, for men to be strong, women need to have the 10 times strength than men in her will, in her principle, in her understanding who she is as a woman. And for men, they need to know their position and their right and their purpose, that we men, we are born to protect and to fight for whatever belong to us, and that mean everything to us. That's what we Equatorian supposed to carry. Our ancestors' legacy. Those ancestors of ours fought many invaders, from the British, the Germans, the French, to the Ottoman Turks, to the Arab remnants, to Khartoum, which Egypt. All these people, they fought them and they died heroes. Today we immortalize them. When we look at them, when we talk about them, even we see them as legacy, as power to us, as inspiration. Those are the Equatorians that we miss, but does not mean that they did not teach us what to do. And sometimes I feel shocked when I hear some of those ridiculous comments and some people who come up and try to criticize us, even trying to say, you guys are just talk and you come up there with no picture. Are you serious? Just because I don't have my picture does not mean that I don't want to be there. I can give you my picture. What are you going to gain from it? You're going to see me every day talking. You're going to enjoy that? No. I have a message to you. I want to wake your conscience. We want to wake you up. And to wake you up, you have to understand the message. Even when you listen to radio, do you go and tell the radio man that, the guy in the radio, please, I need to see how you look like when you talk? Which is ridiculous. I know the enemy will do that because that's their way how they talk, because they just don't have any logical point. But for us, we Equatorians who are now speaking out, we are speaking to the conscience of Equatoria. Because even if I come in front of you, if you cannot understand me right now without my picture, you cannot understand me even if I stand in front of you. Because either you're going to say, you're too young to, you don't know about these things, or you dismiss me. Who are you? You're not like, all these things is weak. For us, we have a case. Equatorian have a case. And the case of Equatoria is our land, our people, our existence as a people of Equatoria. We're not here getting paid for anyone. We pay our own bills. We live our own life. And we care for our brothers and sisters who are home back there, neglected, unnoticed. People do not even talk about them, but they want to talk about the politicians. They want to talk about the leaders, so-called leaders. And yet those leaders are not even providing anything. All they do is they just, leave us loose. Sorry, I have to open the room in Clubhouse. Sorry. So I forgot about that, Didi. Just give me a second. I hope I didn't pass the thing, because sometimes it disappears because I schedule it to be there. So if you can give me a second, and I'll be okay. So I'm gonna start the room, and Didi, please join me in that room too. So make sure that people who are listening in the clubhouse, they will also understand. And the topic, as you know, is going to be emperors, pawns, and clowns: the science of manipulation on Equatorians. And this is a topic that we discussed it earlier with Didi, and I appreciate. This topic is about the science of manipulation that is happening on Equatorians. And I want you guys to really pay attention to what we're saying. Thank you for joining me, Didi, back here in Clubhouse. I know you're on Facebook too. That's awesome. So, for us, Equatorians, we really need to understand that this is a new war. We are in a new battlefield, you know, a battle that is now comprised of emperors, pawns, and clowns. And I will try to define to you why I said that and why the topic or the title of the topic is all about. But before that, I just want to remind our Equatorians, when we stand up here, speak to you, we're speaking to your conscience. We're trying you to understand, to consider, to reconsider where you stand, to change that mentality that makes you slave, that makes you become the weakling, makes you become the clown, because you are the clown right now. And this is why we put this title. Those Equatorian who still don't want to talk about Equatorial land, they don't want to talk about the issue of Equatoria, they are the clown in front of all these emperors and the pawns. Even the pawn has an objective. The pawn even more respected than the clown. The clown is just somebody who dances and run around and make all these, entertaining thing. That's why you see today, even let me go back to the American, history, in brief. America, they brought black people from Africa. They kidnapped our brothers and sisters from the other ancestors. They kidnapped them and they made them slave in the United States, right? And then suddenly, by the time when the people revolution and because time changed, revolution, then people begin to talk about civil rights. But did you notice something about blacks in America? They're all focused, or they all been put contained in one thing, is to be entertainers. Either they become musicians, they become sportsmen, they become something that does not make an impact, not making an effect. And this is exactly where Equatorians are today. We are becoming the clowns, because if you look at the politics in South Sudan and you look at the system in South Sudan, which is not even a legitimate system, but you see the game. Even the oppositions are playing manipulation game on our brothers and sisters of Great Equatoria. And the same thing with the regime. The regime is actually a corrupt, So when there is emperors, the emperors are the politicians. And I will give you the definition of why we have put this title today. The emperors, the pawns, and the clowns. Because there's three characters in this country. And I'm sorry to say, the clowns is obvious, the pawns are known, and the emperors are very well known. And those emperors are the one who will manipulate, who will, plan, execute the idea, the strategies, and then you see the pawns will execute it. And that's why we see tribalism in this country. That's why we see this confusion. Even the politics is not built in the right way. It's a backward politics. It's not the way how going forward. Today, the world, we're in 21st century. We're supposed to evolve into the idea that we are people. But if you cannot understand your position and you cannot stand for one thing, even if you don't understand anything, but one thing you must understand and must be aware is where you stand for, where your home is, right? If there is somebody trying to attack your family, would you allow that person because his friend or his brother, and say, oh, that's my friend, and then you let your family get killed? Because then you're not aware of yourself. Only you got to be mentally disabled to understand that you cannot comprehend what that enemy is doing. But we are more capable, knowledgeable, understanding, and we have history. Our ancestors left us with legacy of protecting yourself in case of being endangered or being threatened. But when you see yourself being confused, being used by so much games of politics, and that's why there's a lot of manipulation, and we will discuss it, but I did not even yet open the topic. But I want to just remind you, the emperors are those so-called politicians. Pawns are those who execute it, and you have seen it in 2013. You have seen it when SPLM was created, and then you also see the clowns. Those are the one who not aware of their condition. Like I said, I gave an example. United States of America, black people were brought slave from Africa. Then later they were used in some other thing. And at the end, right now, we are, if you look at blacks in majority of the numbers in US, is all about entertainment. They can either be sportsmen, they can be musicians, they can, so they don't even make an impact only just to entertain the master, to entertain the person who oppressed them. Yet that's why they will never gain their freedom. For us, we understand what freedom is. Freedom is your land. Freedom is where you start when you see your home is being respected. When your right is respected. But when you don't have right, then there is no freedom. And then yesterday I was listening at the propaganda of what revolution is, and I could understand that they're trying to manipulate the minds of those who are really eager to understand revolution and they want to be part of the revolution. But you cannot be part of revolution with foxes, with wolves, people who are taking a bite in every part of your body, and then they want to call you, yeah, let's come together and let's remove this regime, while they're the same people who are going to sit down at the table and will sign a paper and take a picture, a memorial picture, like, we were there, and then they want you to praise them, and then later you see them you know being part of this terrible regime. So we will talk about it, and I welcome my brother, my warrior brother, Mr. Deng. Thank you for joining me, brother. It's great to see you, and brother James also, and also all the brothers who are here with me in Clubhouse, and those in Facebook also. I want to welcome you and greet you. I'll give a chance to Didi before I start the opening, but just because the topic it's about the emperors, pawns, clowns, and next time we will try to make it in Arabic. I'm just a little bit not good at Arabic, but we will try to kind of get assistance from Mr. James and CJ because they're perfect. I forgot some of the words, but I will try. So, Didi, please take over while I prepare our opening speech, and then also welcome to those who want to join us. You feel free. If you have any question too, we would love to hear from you. And my Equatorian brothers, wake up! Time is ticking. Equatorian needs salvation, and the salvation starts with you. Not You don't have to wait for a Messiah. You don't have to wait for a prophet to help you. You are the one who help yourself. And once you come together with us, we will make it happen. We're not here for power. We're not here for being recognized. We don't care if you like us or not, but we want you to understand that the revolution starts when we come together to protect and save our people and the land that is now being sold out, been what do you call exploited. The minerals that right now in Equatoria, the division that they try to create in Equatoria, and the confused brothers and sisters of Equatoria who try not to understand, they're not willing to understand that Equatoria is more than anything. So please join us. And Didi, please take over. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. I'll just greet and welcome everybody, and then I'll let you start right away while everybody's here. Yeah. I just want to greet you all. I want to welcome you. Welcome, Brother Deng. Welcome, James Dongolawi. Gatluk, welcome. It's really been a pleasure to be among you guys. Such a great warriors, great men that one could look up to, brave people at the same time. It's been such a good journey and good learning from you guys. So I just wanted to welcome everybody who has given your precious time. Know that we always appreciate your time, that you're able to come up and sit with us, or you send a question, or if you come up here also, to dialogue with us. But hey, you gotta know that you know sometimes things get difficult, but also you gotta know that through it, like it's been written, it's been said that an iron sharpen an iron. So you cannot sharpen an iron or knife in something that in a plastic and stuff like that. So we get to sharpen one another, and we get to learn from each other, in everything. But it's, hey, if you have anything to say, come up here, empty your mind, empty your thoughts. Anything that you have, it can help, or even if it's different, we respect your opinion. So and we will go right to the topic, talking about the emperors, the pawns, clowns, the science of manipulation on Equatorians, and also not only Equatorians alone. This place cannot be enough, but also, and a lot of people have been sleeping really. people, if you see South Sudanese have been taken through journeys. We have seen, I'm even one of the people who have walked out of this journey. Like South Sudanese have been put through La La Land. People want South Sudanese to sleep. You don't question things. You don't ask things. Anything. I mean, you just been taken from revolution to revolution, from wars to wars, and all the sugar coat that people give you is like, let's just let's get past this. When we get past this, then you know what? Everything will be okay. Before we get past this, something else pop up, and then they tell you just keep quiet, don't say anything. So I won't take it further, really. I think people are ready to talk. So, Odysseus, would you like to start? Thank you so much. And sorry, if anybody had something to say, James, Deng, Gatluk, I don't know, he left now. If you guys got anything to say, I will say hello or jump on the topic or something. So you're welcome.
Uh, Thank you a lot. I will speak in English and I will mix it with Arabic today. I just start
That's
to
beautiful.
think that some people they misunderstood when you speak Arabic and they thought maybe you don't know English or maybe you don't speak English fluently or maybe you scared from speaking English. I just try to tell some people. I will start my point with some of the shows or some of the rooms here in our discussion room, whatever they call it, clubhouse rooms. Some rooms they agitate people. They just come up like, oh, if you don't go with my rule is my room, you cannot come here and don't come here. And I am the king. I am the one who know the politics. I am one. I just want to advise some people who have rooms. Those people, please, I appeal for you. I appeal, please, because I just finished one show that somebody proud about himself because a lot of people are watching him, and he tried to see people like they don't know politics or people they don't know nothing about what he's saying. Some people have a good experience in politics, and some people have a good experience there, but they are quiet. Not everybody uh, here down and up is better than the others. I see you, my brother. You know, and I know, but we need to share what you know and what I know. It's not about come and curse each other and saying bad word to each other. So please drop that. Our age is not the age that we come here to curse each other. We don't come here to spend time for the lecture. We come here to learn from each other what is new and what how we can deal with the problems. It's not about we are here to come and preach and everybody come here to preach and tells you I know, yes I know you know, but maybe you don't know some and I don't know some. We need to share our experience. My brother and sister, let me just say it clearly because I get anointed in Edward show. Edward tried to think telling people I am and I am and I am and I know and SPLM real whatever. I don't buy that anymore. I'm telling you, all of you, my brother, I'm getting tired from people who try to think they can do anything by themselves. And they try to call some people tribalism, separatists, are not the good people. If you are the good person and you calling the separatists are not the good people, or you seeing people by tribe, I didn't create my tribe. God is the one creating. I didn't choose to be Nuer. God is the one who chose me to be Nuer. I didn't choose to be in South Sudan. So let me tell you, my brother and sister, let us be people who respect each other. I just need the respect from everybody, and you will own my respect. I never tell anybody a bad word since I've been in social media. But please, we need respect for each other. Each room, I'm not talking about just when I say in your room because I respect your room a lot. I should not say because I respect my brother and I respect you, Sister Didi. That's why I say that. To the rest of the people who will come later, please respect the other people's opinion. It's my opinion. Respect me, I will respect you, and we can discuss it. So this is my word to say for all people who will come later. We need respect in this room. Please don't get out of topic. Please don't curse anybody. Please don't come here as you lecturing people like people they don't know nothing. You the one know everything. So please come and say your point of view, and the other will continue from your point of view. And thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Deng. Certainly, you said what you said, and we will we'll follow, and I'm absolutely sure that like what you say is absolutely good. Like if we this problem in South Sudan involve all of us, we in another way or somehow are victims of it. And I've heard your account, really something that is not easy. You have survived something that even could leave somebody even so traumatized, and you're so brave to come through it. And I've seen you gone through other things, and you come out to speak out and stuff like that, which is a good thing. But one thing that is annoying is like, yeah, like what you say, when people just come up with programs and then they want to run programs over people, and they want to, like, they're very oppressive over people, and they're very dominating over people. You can see the language of domination and the insult and the undermining, and they feel like they're the only people who are well educated, you know, and the only people who owned the ongoing issues which are in South Sudan, and they're the only answers to it, as if somebody has allocated someone, has told somebody that this responsibility is upon you. But what people don't forget, like even we've been in one room that we were having a good dialogue with one of the South Sudanese sisters, from Denkas and stuff, and then until they were coming up with good solutions and stuff, but then we were listening until one person also popped up, 179. It started like attacking people and violently dropping people down without you saying even for an apology. You just apologizing that sorry, so that I can leave now. But then they drop you down. It's really sad in this kind of and way, because then I say that, okay, if you think that you can solve this issue of South Sudan by yourself, among yourself, for example, the group of you only, you can agree with each other, then it's okay, go ahead. If you were the only South Sudanese, because the way that we see it, this problem involved me. If I don't agree with you, we will never be together as South Sudanese. That's the thing here. You cannot dictate upon me, and you cannot force me by force. You cannot drag me just because a group of me in social media is allies with you or agreeing with you. This is just a media thing, but you don't know what is happening with, in the background. So because a group of us is allying with you because for some reason or some particular beneficial reason or some in-laws reason, so that does not mean that we're gonna compromise. It doesn't mean that. So I will move forward, and James, if you're there, you're welcome. If you, while Odysseus is getting ready, if you want to say something, I thank you, Deng. I'm always happy to see you around. I'm always pumped waiting to hear you talking. So I can't wait when the topic starts. So, James, اتفضل while we're waiting.
آه حدا أستاذ ديدي والأستاذ أوديسيوس أتيكا، أستاذ دين والناس اللي معانا هنا في الغرفة السادسة، السلام عليكم. أنت عارف الكلام اللي قاله أخونا دين ده كلام فعلا يثلج الصدور، كلامه في محله. الغرض من المشي للندوات عامة من قبل ظهور السوشيال ميديا أو الإعلام المفتوح، الناس كانت بتحضر في قاعات معينة في كل الدنيا دي. الحضر حضر والما حضر ما حضر. بعض مرات مثلا يكون أكثر من 1000 نفر في قاعة بميكروفون ولا وظيفر مكبر صوت. الغرض من الندوة أصله الناس تبادل الأفكار، يعني ما في جهة الداعي مثلا يقول ان احنا مثلا انت مثلا تكون عارف كل شيء. الغرض منه التبصير عشان الناس تتداول الآراء مع بعض ويكونوا رأي مثلا يخدم الإنسانية كلها يعني. فبعض مرات المعلومة بتكون موجودة حتى عند المستمعين. ممكن الإنسان الجاي حاضر الناس ديل يكون ناسي حاجة، من خلال الحضور هو حيتذكر. الهدف منه التذكير والتبصير وليس إلا ما يعني. وأما إذا في ناس بيدعوا أنه هم عندهم عصا موسى عشان يحلوا كل الإشكاليات السياسية في جنوب السودان، الكلام ده طبعا ما صح وما في محله. قضايا جنوب السودان ما بتتحل في الإعلام أصلا مهما كان. والناس هو بتتكلم لها سنين يعني ما غيروا حاجة في أرض الواقع يا أخوي دن والأخت ديدي. فللأسف الشديد الحاجات دي لو هم كانوا بيعملوها يعني بدون خبز وبدون سونواية كان بنقول مثلا يس ممكن يقدموا حاجة وممكن يضيفوا حاجة، لكن هم بيتكلموا بحاجة وبيجي يعملوا حاجة تانية. يعني لا تنهي عن خلق دنيا وتأتي بمثله عار عليك إن فعلت عظيم. يعني حتى الغبلية الترايباليزم اللي هم قاعدين يقولوا ده، هم ذاته أول ناس يوصلوا الغبلية. الناس ذاته اللي بيدعوا الحاجات دي هم ذاته وصلوا الغبلية. فالناس ما عماية، الناس ما مثلا زي ما انت قلت ما عارفة. الناس عارفة بس أنه ما دار تتكلم عشان تحافظ على النسيج الاجتماعي السوشيال فابريك ده يكون في محله. لكن الناس دي ما بتفهم أصلا. وإذا رجعنا لورا يا إخواني الكرام، الحاجات دي بعض مرات عندها يعني الكالتشرال باك جراوند، يعني بتاع الجماعة المعنية أو الجهات المعنية. أنا ما أقدر أقول أي اسم تاني. ففي ناس بيجيدوا فنون التكتل والالتفاف حول بعض، حتى على للأسف الشديد حتى على حساب الآخرين، which is no good. لأنه الإنسان أصلا ما بيختار الجهة اللي هو جاي منها أصلا، وعمره ما ممكن أنت تكون 100% صح. الكمال لله وحده. حتى الرسل عليهم أفضل التسليم كان عندهم صحابة. المسيح كان عنده صحابة معاه، الرسول صلى الله عليه وسلم كان عنده صحابة معاه، ما كان مرسلين من ربنا، ناس عاديين زي أي بنو آدم في الدنيا ده ما بيكون عنده ذلك الكمال. لحكمة ربنا هو عملها حتى في خلقه ذاته، حتى سائر الحيوانات ما أدى النعام 2. لكن هي البشرية كده، ما في زول بيقدر يغير في ناس أصلا فكره مركب بالطريقة دي. وكلنا شفنا في الميديا what is going on، وشيء واضح. وفي تحفظ، الناس بقت تتحفظ صراحة يا أخوي دين، والناس عارفة كل حاجة. الجهات دي دائما بيجتمعوا تحت وبيجي يغروا تحت، وما يجوا برا حتى بعد الكلام اللي هم بيقولوا ده ما الحاجة المستهدفة. يعني في حاجة مستترة تحت، لكن ما علينا تعمل حاجتك باستتار. ده بطريقتك. ما في النهاية أي إنسان بيمتلك سمارت فون في يده وبيتكلم. بعد المواطنين جنوب السودان هم اللي بيحددوا أنه الكلام ده هل هو بينفع ولا لا. ما في زول بيجي يحسب له زول على حساب آخرين أو جهة على حساب جهة، والتاريخ هو اللي بيسجل. يعني عرفت كيف؟ فأنا حقيقي هنا لحد ما الحلقة الناس تخش في حلقة كده ديبلي، حتى بعد ذاك نتكلم فيها. شكرا نبتدي.
والله شكرا يا اخوي. دي نشيل منك زمن معلش 5 دقائق بس معاه ودقيقتين معلش.
يا بتوصل.
شكرا يا اخوي جيمس. ده يا هو كلام الحقيقه. انا كنت طلعت في السوشيال ميديا بصراحه كده. انا زول كان مكتب بتاعي حساس. انا داير اقول لك يا جماعه القاعدين هنا كلكم الجنوبيين القاعدين، مكتب بتاعي لما انا قمت في جنوب السودان مكتب بتاعي حساس. ولما كنا شغالين برضه مع اوديسي وشغالين في شغلنا هنا في امريكا برضه مكتب بتاعنا حساس. لكن انا كنت خليت الحاجات ده كله بمشكله بتاع جنوب السودان. لما انا جيت مركز في السوشيال ميديا المفروض ما امرق في السوشيال ميديا، لانه المكتب بتاعي كان في جنوب مكتب اساس. الحاجه اللي مرقني في السوشيال ميديا انه اكون واضح معكم يا اخواني. لما تريزا والجنوبيين كله تيبوا في موضوع نون جانمن، ما عارفين نون جانمن ده منو وده شنو ابقتوا الجنوبيين بنادي نفسه نون جانمن. انا جيت فسرته في شو بتاع تريزا في 2019. انا فسرته في الشو بتاع تريزا. انا قلت له لما ناداني قال لي يا دين انا دين اعمل لك انترفيو، قلت له حاضر يا تريزا، لكن من اجل الشعب بتاع جنوب السودان عشان يرتاحوا يعرفوا انون جانمن ده منو ذاته، هو شنو ذاته ومكوناته شنو. فلما جيت برا انا فسرته وما خفت على حياه بتاعي. حياه بتاعي هذه يوم الليله بتكلم معك حياه بتاعي خطر، لان انا الحكومه فرتكته. انا قبل ما يقدروا يطلعوا بحاجات ومجوط الكثير ده كله هنا ده انا طلعت لهم بانه المشكله الجنوب السودان ياخذها. لكن الواحد ما بيشكر. انا بشكر الجنوبيين عشان يستمعوا للكلام بتاعي. برضه لما حكيت عن نون جانمن قال في جنوب السودان لما عرفنا هو منو نون جانمن ذاته. انا امش اللي هو كان شاوش بتاعي، اللي هو المارينز كان شاوش بتاعي، كان في كاونتر انتليجنت قبل ما يقتلوه. اي منشن مايك جا ظهروا كله. اي زول اي منشن ان ساوث السودان جا ظهر. انا ما قاعد نقول معلومات مخلوطه وانا جايكم في السوشيال ميديا عشان انا داير وظيفه، لا. انا كنت سكرتير عام لاتحاد كره السله بتاع جنوب السودان. ده ما منصب سياسي. انا كنت كتير، لكن ده ما كله الهدف. المنصب حقي الاصلي انا كنت شغال به as head of the open source intelligence بعربي جميع معلومات المفتوحه في جنوب السودان. انا ماسكه وانا كونته. عشان كده قلت لكم المجرمين ديل وين وبعملوا في شنو. والمجرم ما زول برا، المجرم ده حكومه. المجرم ما زول جاي من برا، المجرم ده حكومه. اي اجرام داخل جنوب السودان ما في قانون جنمن بيكون ماشي بتاتشر، ما في قانون جنمن بيكون ماشي بيضرب ناس وماشي بعربيه وما بيقودوا في بوليس يا ده شايفه وفي جيش. فده حكومه وانا فسرته. فانا ما فسرته ما انه انا جاي اكسب حاجه من الشعب بتاع جنوب السودان، لا، انا جاي نوريهم الحقيقه. لكن اتضح في باقي ناس هسه حاليا في شواتهم بقي يعملوا نفوسهم كانه هم الجنوب ده بعرفوا اي حاجه عنه. لما تيجي تقول لا يا جماعه الحاجه ده ما كده وده الصح هنا، ده بقول لك لا انت بتعرف شنو؟ زول بيسال على قتيل كده. وفي استبداد بيقوم بينزلوك تحت. يعني انا اختلفت مع ديسو ما بمعنى خلاص، او اختلفت مع ديدي ما بمعنى خلاص الكيس انا خلاص بيجي زول كان بينزلوك تحت طوالي في شوات بتاعهم. اختلفت مع ايمانويل جاوين طوالي ادوارد بينزلك، اختلفت مع ادوارد طوالي ايمانويل بينزلك، اختلفت مع منو بينزلوك طوالي. وده شنو؟ انتوا ناس شنو؟ لما انتوا بقيت ما دارين الاسم ده اوبوزيشن سايد، انتوا ما دارين الجهه المعاكس. انت ناس لشنو؟ جاي تقول للناس يجي ناقش الجنوب لشنو؟ ما تتكلم براك بس لحد ما تقفله. انت جاي داير على ناس لشنو؟ لو انت جاي ما داير زول اللي بيقول لك لا ده كده ما صح وده كده صح. فانا من هنا داير اقول لكم الرساله بتاعي لكل اي ناس عندهم جهاد بتاع معين، عليكم الله الحاجه اللي هناك ده ما تتابعوه. ده بس وصيه بتاعي لاي زول بيكون له شو ولا يزول ماشي في شو. الحاجه اللي في الشو ده في مع ناس يدوى ده لك لما تجيبوه في شو ده. انا ما بعرف. انا كلمت لهم قلت ما بجي في شو بتاعهم لو بيجي شو براو. انا قلت لهم بدغري كده انا نورا كلام واحد. انا قلت لهم عادل، قلت له يا دي شو بتاعكم كده انا ما جاي فوق تاني، لان انا ما بهيب حاجه فوق كده. انا ما بهيب حاجه بلف حقيقه او حقيقه. ده تجيب لنا السياسه بتاعك بفوق هنا اس بي ال ام اوريجنال ولا اس بي ال ام بارتي ولا اس بي ال ام القديم ولا اس بي ال ام جديد. انا ما في حاجه. انا جنوبي، انا داير راحه بتاع الشعب. عشان كده انا بجيف مع ناس بتاع السيبرتيز لانه هم دايرين الحق بتاعهم. انا بجيف مع اي زول، انا اي زول داير الحق بتاعه يلقى الحق بتاعه. فعشان كده يا جماعه ان احنا لو شفنا السوشيال ميديا ده بيجي بس ناس بيلعب بروسيا، الناس انها ناس كبار، ولا واحد فين داير له هارت اتاك، ولا واحد فين داير له هاي بلاد بريشر، ولا واحد فين داير له كلام سايد. واحد بس يخليكم تلخبطوا كده، بيعرف حقيقه، تعرف حقيقه على كيفكم. لكن لو انتوا دايرين ادفايس منا نحن نوريكم الحقائق وينه، عليكم الله في كل شو. لما يجيكم زول كبير ويجي يتكلم بعرف عنده خبره، شيل الخبره بتاعه. حتى لو كعب شيل الكويس بتاعه ده الكعب بتاعه. شيل حتى لما نزول يجي فوق بعدين معارض ليكم انتوا، شيلوا الكويس بتاعه اجدوا الكعب بتاعه. ده انا بعرفه عن السياسه. لكن في السياسه انا شفته هناك ده والله الله يعلم. انا ما اعرف ده هو السياسه بتاع اس بي ال ام الاصلي بتاع باغان، وده السياسه بتاع ايدوارد براو، وده السياسه بتاع ايمانويل مع ناس سوما بتاعهم. انا ما قاعد نفهمه، لكن انا نتمنى انه هنفهمه كلنا كجنوبيين، نفتح عيننا بس نعين لهم كده. لانه بصراحه كده يعني I've been following them for many years. I don't know what to say anymore. So اديسو وديدي انا بحترمكم شديد، رغم ان جيت قلت حاجه لان قلت لهم في الشو بتاعهم من قبل، لكن انا دايما اوضح عشان الخطا اللي هم وقعوا فوقه ما تقعوا فوقه انتوا كمان. هم بيشوفوا نفسهم ما وقعوا في خطا، هم بيشوفوا نفسهم كويسين، لكن لا، هو وقعوا في خطا. محاربه بتاع ناس ثانيين يمن بينج زيك ما تعملوا اجنور. زي ما اخوي قبل جيمس قالوا ما تعمل ايه، ما تقلل من شان الزول. انت ما بتعرف عن الزول ده حاجه، ما تقلل من شنه. ما ده انسان زيك عنده افكار، ما تقلل من شنه. انا هسه ما بقول دي عشان اصغر بنتي صغيره، انا بقول دي ممكن قدر بنتي عشان اقعد اجي اكلم ما بتعرف حاجه. لا، بتعرف حاجه. انا ممكن اقول دي ده اخويا بره. لا لا، انا ما بقلل من شان زول. انا بحترم كل انسان الله خلقه عنده مخ وبعرف يتكلم، بعرف بعمل حاجه. حتى الجنايس صغير ده انا ما بعمل له اجنور، لان هيكون له نفسيات. انا بقول له يا ولد انت كويس، حاول بس انت هتكون كويس. فنحن عشان قاعدين نتونسوا، عشان التوبيك بتاعكم لسه ما، عشان كده نحن قاعدين نتونس في حاجات اللي ما تقع فوق يا اخواني. في شواركم ما تقع فوق. لو زول كلامه ما صح ناخذه وقول له يا اخي نحن بننزلك لانه كلامك ده كده كده كده، لكن ما تنزل زول عشان يختلف مع زول، لا. او تجرح شعور زول ما بتعرف عنه حاجه تقعد تتكلم عنه ما بتعرف عنه حاجه. هسه ايد انا ما بعرف عنه حاجه، ما بعرف، ما بقدر بتكلم عن ايد ولا ايمان ولا ما بعرف عنهم حاجه. انا ما بعرفهم كويس، ما سكنت معهم، ما تربيت معهم. انا اقدر اجي اتكلم حاجه كعب عن ايد ولا ايمان ولا ما بعرفهم؟ لا. انا ما ممكن اجي اتكلم عن ديدي لان انا ما بعرف ديدي. انا اجي اتكلم عن ديدي كلام فارغ سهل؟ لا. انا لازم احترم الزول. انا ما بعرفه، ما تربيت معه. انا لازم ادي احترام للزول مهما صوته قدر شنو، مهما هو كلامه قدر شنو، لازم احترم الزول. انا داير كلنا نحن نحترم انفسنا. ما بنعرف انفسنا لكن يكون بيناتنا احترام. ما بنعرف انه قدراتنا، ما بنعرف اي حاجه، لكن دايرين يكون بيناتنا احترام. ده هدف بتاعي كله، ده الرساله بتاعي لكل انسان جه هنا يقدر هنا. انت مشيت اي شو لازم يكون بيناتنا احترام. حتى لو اختلفنا في اراء لازم يكون بيناتنا هنا احترام. حتى لو اختلفنا في اي شيء لازم يكون بيناتنا احترام. ما بنعرف انفسنا، ما بنعرف قدراتنا، ما بنعرف كل زول. هسه فينا هنا مره وراجل بقادر يتحمل المسؤوليه بتاعه. فنحن ما نقعد نجرح نفوسنا عشان انا ما في زول ده في حزب سوا، ولا عشان انا زول ده ما في حزب سوا انا اجرحه تعليميا او فكريا. ما صح. فده شيء داير اقول لاي زول انه لما تجي بليز عليك لا نخلي نجرح نفوسنا، نتكلم حسب الحاجه اللي انت شايفه عن جنوب السودان. وشكرا.
Yeah, شكرا شديد. Welcome CJ, you're here.
Okay, guys, hold on a second.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. Odysseus, are you there? Because I think, unless CJ, if you want to say something brief, if we can dive into the topic, because seems like everybody's ready. I don't know, Odysseus, if you can hear or your network is not there. We've been waiting.
Yes. Hello. Sorry. Hello, guys. You hear me? Sorry about that. Because I have a network issues and also I have a device. Welcome, Mr. CJ. Welcome, Brother James. And I listen to you guys. And I really want to also give my shout out and my greetings to my warrior brother, Deng. Really, Deng, I've always, we know each other a long time, from long way back in the military. And one thing about it, I always admired you. We've worked together and we've seen things together on the same time of what this experience. And I could see, they say warriors always understand each other, and you truly are a warrior. And we always respect people who are straightforward, who are not going to, sugarcoat things and play trickery and manipulation game. And this is why the topic even I created today for this purpose. The topic is about emperors, pawns, and clowns, and the science of manipulation on Equatorians. But of course, it's not just Equatorians; it's all those who are affected by the South Sudan war. And this South Sudan war, I wish it was a war of sophisticated ideology. It's actually a war that the Jing Council and the Jing community purposely made it for a purpose to dominate the others. And they have victimized many people within the country. And the first people who actually stood up was our brothers from Nuer. They stood up and they fought back. The others are now coming up to fight back. But there is something here happening. While the emperors are rising, remember, when I said emperors, those are those who have the influence, and we will discuss it. But I want to say thank you, my brother Deng, for really standing up. And this is the true, and I want every person who really care about South Sudan, doesn't matter if you are for independent of Equatoria or independent of your people from this so-called South Sudan. But one thing you have to understand, when you stand up for something, you stand up with principle. Don't be a person of manipulation. Don't be a person who will stab people in the back. Because, and this is why I don't like this kind of thing. And I've seen there is a lot of rooms. And thank you, Brother Deng, for bringing this up, because there's rooms. And I've been always like challenged in those rooms by not coming up. Either they would tell you need to bring your picture or you need to put your name. It's just ridiculous. Like, you're not satisfied with what I'm saying. I'm not there to use profanity. I don't curse people out there. I put the points. We have a case. When we speak on points. We don't speak out of irrationality. We speak on rational points, and we challenge those politicians, so-called politicians of South Sudan, who are now praising themselves in front of us. When they come up, they have to be given a title, a useless title that does not even make any difference. When the people are dying in camps, when people are, chased away, people I don't have future. Generation from the 17 years, if you look back to this time, this is a generation of kids. That's the age of a child who became 17. 17 years, South Sudan never went any far. Instead, there was just corruption. And these part of corruption are the same people who are somehow, you could see it, like in Arabic, they say, from their fruit you shall know them. You could see the way how they talk. You could see the way how they put themselves high and mighty. I bet they never even, when they were in the regime, they never even cared about the others. They never even felt worry, and that's why I always challenge them. And we challenge them, not me, but we challenge them as people who are marginalized, who are suffering. Regardless you agree with me or disagree with me on the idea that we are for separation as Equatorian, but we respect each other. I respect every human being because every human being is important. Like our life is precious because we only live one time and we disappear from this world. But we want to leave a legacy. I'm not here to hate you. You can hate me as what you want. I'm not here to make you impressed by me. But if you love humanity, you will stand with what is right, regardless how we are different. Even today in this world, when we grew up and mature up, we knew that the world has different ideals. Even religion are different. But those religion does not make you less human or better human or whatever you want to call yourself. We are still human being because when we die the same. When we cry the same. When we celebrate the same. It's all about humanity. That's why some people, they begin to prefer humanity in the true essence of humanity, that if anything will divide me from my humanity, then I have to stand up against what is dividing me. But also remember, there is a way that now I know people call separation is divisive, but it's not. What we are calling is we want to take a break. We want to bring a solution to our people. Our people are crying and nobody's there to help them. And we who are here outside in the foreign land, we are working our best way to find a solution. Our people are dying day and night. The world are now focusing Ukrainians. Even you have recently listened to some of the journalists, those reporters, they said those people, they relate to them because they're white, they have blue eyes. But for us, imagine how many years our people got killed. When the incident in 2013, the genocide that happened in Juba, did the world came up and rescued and say Kir must be out immediately? Did they ever stop the incidents that happened during the time when we became a nation, when the regime have influenced tribal conflict between Nuer, Dinka, and Murle to fight, and then until the United Nations had to come, only one person was Ban Ki-moon. Ban Ki-moon, and we appreciate him. He said, this is not right. Even he rebuked Kir again. But did the international community act as what they're doing now? Did they ever give a speech to say we need to end this? This guy must leave the office? No. So we, as people who voted for this nation, yet I'm an Equatorian, but I'm telling you this, as people who voted this nation to be a nation, remember where is your right and what is your duty. Your duty is to stand up for your people, for your right, for your child and mother, if you have a child, or your sister, your brothers, whoever they are. Because as long as you're alive and you know your language, you know your ancestors' history, you know your land, you need to fight for it. The enemy today in South Sudan, unfortunately, and we have to be honest, is the Jing. They did that. We don't consider them enemy, but they have created animosity against us. And let them understand. If they have conscience, let them understand. The people voted by believing that we are all one people until they betrayed us. They went and started massacring people door to door, 2013, and killing Equatorians, taking their lands. Now today they begin to make full-scale occupation on our land. Our women are now under threat. They get them raped, they murder them, they even force them to marry by force so they can take them and say, we belong to this land because we married from your women. Imagine the audacity. When we were in one Sudan, these things never happened. What happened was an ideology challenge. Even though we see today Dinkanism is an ideology, but the ideology in Khartoum was different. Ideology based on a rational thinking that we belong to this because we speak this language or because this is the way how we see ourselves. But we failed. But this is another past tense. We failed to acknowledge that we are natives of these lands and we could have lived in a better way if there was good and wise leaders. But unfortunately, we never had wise leaders. What we had is corrupt leaders from the start. And that's why I always condemn the SPLM from its core. SPLM, when it was founded, it wasn't founded based on nationality. It was founded on a hidden agenda, which is now we know it. Today, South Sudan is seeing it. And we Equatorians are feeling the pain and the burden, the same as our brothers in the Nuer and Upper Nile. And that's why we call for separation. And I know some brothers in Upper Nile are calling for separation. But our separation, it had evolved to the point that we begin to see we are not valued. Our land is not even respected. Our people are challenged to even live there. Our life are becoming under threat. Like every young Equatorian man and woman, either they rape them or they kill them. This is happening in right now in Equatoria as we speak. Even these couple of days, there is incidents happening in East Equatoria, Central Equatoria, Western Equatoria, and yet it's always happening. And that's why I want our Equatorian brothers and sisters who are confused, who are playing the role of clowns, to wake up and have a conscience. I will discuss it in a minute, but I want to say thank you for those who joined us. And let's start with saying my greetings to you, my fellow brothers and sisters. And please bear with me. If you want to ask us any questions.
معلش أنا قاطعتك لكن
اتفضل brother. اتفضل أخوي.
الليلة هربوا قرية كامل في اتجاه بتاع مقوي. الليلة كلامك يعني قبل زي 6 ساعات ولا 7 ساعات. معلومة ده متأكد أنا لو رابط شلت فون أضرب في مقوي بتلقى إنه الليلة هربوا قرية كامل في مقوي اتجاه بتاع مقوي. والحاجة اللي جاب حاجة ده خلينا نقوله قبل ما تخش في شو بتاعك.
اتفضل.
كان في اجتماع بتاع جيم نمتوك الأسبوع اللي فات يوم الأحد. أنا خشيت فوق معهم أنا خشيت فوق الساعة 5:23 بتاع جيم نمتوك. لما نجي قفلوني برا بعد ما يقدر كونسبت. كانوا بيقولوا يكتبوا ورقة ده رئيس بتاع الجيم في استراليا قال يكتب ورقة against جون وشانغ مع Equatorians يكتبوا ورقة لليون يقول لليون إنه ناس إكواتوريا دارين يقتلوهم. لما يكتبوا ورقة دي لليون بعد ما يكتبوا ورقة دي لليون يودوا لليون جوا هناك ويكتبوا ورقة لأفريكان لإيجات معلش بدون فرصة دقيقة يكتبوا الورقة لإيجات ويقولوا لإيجات إنه الناس دارين يقتلوهم في إيسترن إكواتوريا. قالوا يكتبوا ورقة دينا جينا متوك قال عشان نحن لما نقتل ناس إكواتوريا بعدين نشاكل معهم عشان حكومة يساعدنا بالجيش حكومة بتاكير نقول لهم ده ما ناس جينا متوك ده ناس يا واحد يهاجمونا عشان نكتب ورقة نقول ناس دارين يهاجمونا في إيسترن إكواتوريا عشان يكون لنا فرصة لو قتلناهم بعدين ما يجي يلومونا العالم ما يجي يلومنا يقولنا عملنا جينوسايد. وكان الاجتماع ده عملوه يوم الأحد. لو في زول من جيمهم توفينا قايد خليه يجيب الورقة الريكورد ده لما أنا استمعت كله أنا بعرف عن دينك. فجاي طبعا إنه دايرين يعملوا جينوسايد في إيسترن إكواتوريا زي ما كان عملوا النوير. لأن ما أنا عملوا النوير قام عملوا بليم لدكتور ريك مشار. قالوا دكتور ريك مشار داير يعمل انقلاب. ده كان بليم ده خطة بتاعهم كان عملوه في أول. فالخطة بتاعهم اللي عملوه في أول نجحوا فوقه لأنه ده بليم ريك مشار قال ريك مشار داير يعمل انقلاب وما في انقلاب. حتى ما ينفول جا قال ما في انقلاب. دي سيم خطة انتوا ناس إكواتوريا لو ما عملتوا حسابكم هيعملوا لكم جينوسايد وهتسمعوا كلامي قريبا ده كلكم هتقاربوا. هيكون في جينوسايد جزء ممكن يعمل لكم وناس إيسترن إكواتوريا ده خليه يعملوا حسابهم. الخطة ده ماشي إنه هيعملوا لكم هيقتلوكم وهيقولوا انتوا يا بديتوا وهيقتلوكم هيقولوا ده مش هيجيبوا جيش وهيقولوا انه ده ناس يا قتلوهم يلخبطوا حاجه ده في ناس يقولوا ناس يا قتلوهم وقاعدين يشاكلوا ناس ما هيقولوا قاعدين يشاكلوا عيار كله قرى بيقولوا قاعدين يشاكلوا مع ناس توماس شيريلو وده الحاجه اللي ماشيه هسه. هيعملوا الخطه ده وهتشوفوا بعينكم انتوا ناس اكواتوريا يوم من الايام لما تيجوا في شوات زي ده تيجي تقول الكلام ده دين قالوا يوم ده الخطه اللي هم ماشيين له هسه. فعشان كده انتوا هفتوا عينكم تكلموا مع ناسكم انه خليهم يشوفوا نفوسهم ويجهزوا نفوسهم لانه هيجيبوا وجابوا اللوارع بتاع الجيش امبارح ودوا في مقوي قال عشان يمشي يشوف المشكله. انت بتجيب لوارع عشان ناس قتلوا ناس ولا تجيب ولا تجي تحمل المواطن اللي ما عنده سلاح. ده كلام انا داير اقوله لكم بسيط بس انه في مشكله لكن ده له حل. الحل دي تو ايكوتوريان براكم وشكرا.
Thank you. Oh, go ahead, Didi. Sorry.
I was just surprised. I'm just in a shock. That's why I say wow.
Yeah, it's really. Sorry. Hello. Yeah, my bad. Because I'm actually doing it live here in Facebook, so there's echo from the others. I have to silence the other one and open it. But yeah, thank you, brother Deng, and let that be. And I appreciate what you have told us because this is really serious. And thank you. And I know we will do our best to stop this by any means necessary. Trust me, these things, I know they have that intention. I could see what you said is true because even the intention is real. Because we in Clubhouse, we have been watching and listening to the hate speech that they say to us. And then they accuse us that we are the hate speech because we want to separate. And I know this is propaganda game they're playing when they try to accuse. It's almost like I put it in example of the wolf want to accuse the sheep because the sheep is trying to hide from the wolf. And when I say hide, it doesn't mean that we are belittling ourselves, that we are not able to fight for ourselves, defend ourselves. But what I'm saying is that when we call separation, it's not even fear. It's about protecting the future of our people. And we look forward to a betterment of our people. So that's why we call that. But the sheep, going back to the point, the sheep, when it comes to hide, it hides because of what? Because it does not want to be eaten. So the wolf cannot come out and say, no, the sheep is so hateful that it does not want to hang out with me. It doesn't make any sense. It's really, it sounds like infantile, childish, and just irrational. So those people, they think they're making sense on their way. And I could see what you said, my brother, and I really appreciate this. And let this be a message to those who still believe in unity of South Sudan. If this is what a whole community with their leaders in foreign lands, in diaspora, and I believe even in down there, they're executing the job. And that's why I said there is a pawn. Remember, emperors, pawn, and the clowns. So let me just start here, and then we will go direct to the topic. And I really thank you, brother. First of all, I know we've been here and we heard every side, and I please ask you to share it, my brothers and sisters. The next topic we're going to talk in Arabic, but this one is in English. And if you don't speak good English, you can speak in Arabic. And if you feel comfortable, whatever language you can speak, as long as we can understand, that'd be great. But I want to first give you my greetings as Equatorian Civil Council in Diaspora, which is Majlis Al-Rafd Al-Saudi Madaniya fi Shitat, which is organization that is advocating for equatorial separation. And let me give you our greetings. Greetings to all of our beloved friends and members, audiences, and especially our gracious greater Equatorian family. Not to forget also our confused and troubled foes who cannot fathom greater Equatorial call for sovereignty. Again, all in all, it shall build not through the hands of mighty warlords, as we have seen South Sudan has been now, or tribal anarchists, or greed and power. No, we are not going to allow power mongers to come up and take over, but it shall be built in, through a genuine and righteous idea of well-built utopian nation, a nation that can be an example to the world. And we believe our desired nation of Great Equatoria shall be a nation that shall trust not in any form of tribal anarchy, but in the law, in the firm law and order, which shall be supported by the unbreakable golden rods of true freedom and equality. Again, our beloved Great Equatorians and our friends and families from all around, and those also allies of our Equatorian people, Equatorial Civil Council in Diaspora, our would like to take this moment to salute and reflect with pride and honor to all our fellow greater Equatorian revolutionaries, brothers and sisters, home and abroad. We salute you in the name of justice, accountability, and equal rights. We salute you in the name of greater Equatorian nationalism. We salute you in the name of greater Equatorial unity, a true unity for our people's struggle. We salute you in the name of hope, brighter future for our suffering people. And we also salute you in the spirit of true, genuine love, bond, and ties that ties us together with one another as greater Equatorian. Again, we must remember that the sacred bond we share with each other as greater Equatorian people is, unity is not solely focused on based a slogan that, that we are greater Equatorial region, from unity of fragile unity. But the greater Equatorial unity must be noted. It wasn't born out of political or geographical necessities. Our passion for each other is to lift each other up and protect each other. As communities, it was what made us who we are as greater Equatorian. But now, under this chaotic time and moment that we see in our history as people of Equatoria, we are in those moments. The wise people understand what we're going through. We're in essential need for our unity under what is made us Greater Equatoria. Again, Greater Equatoria needs a region, nor a piece of land, but it's an immortal idea, an immortal spirit that was left by our immortal ancestors. If any foreigner think and they can just define Greater Equatoria as a region of many inhabited tribes alone, we believe they have done us injustice, because Greater Equatoria is who we are. We are more than just the tribes. We are pure. We have the connection, the pure connection that ties us together as Equatorian community, because the spirit that bonds us, which have we surely deeply rooted within our ancestral bloods, that is flowing through us today. We are living memory and legacy to our people. We will share it as a truth that binds us as Greater Equatorian people, and thus Greater Equatoria are not just native inhabitants of Equatoria region. Is still, we prove to all our foes and also to the world that we are one people, one power against many aggressors and adversaries, be it foreign or domestic. So again, Equatorians, let's rise, let's build our nation in the right way. It's time for us to act. And when we talk here, do not understand that this is just a talk. We are opening the conscience of our people to stand up, to man up, to mount up, so we can come together. You cannot make anything without people being aware, being given the awareness, being given the knowledge. Do not look at me as I want, you don't even have to like us. You don't even have to acknowledge us, but just understand that you're an Equatorian. You're an important member of this land. So we will fight for our land. So let us join together, and I say thank you. So I start my topic here, and I hope you guys with me. Again, of course, the topic is about the emperors, pawns, and cons. What is the science that they're doing to us today? The science of manipulation. And if you don't mind, I could read here, because I know I put it also in Facebook. Manipulation. I also want to welcome Brother Mary and Mr. Wall. Emperors and pawns and clowns is a science of manipulation on some Equatorian masses. Emperors, pawns, and clowns, and the science of manipulation of Equatorian, who are calling for political reform. Because today we see people are calling for political reform more than talking about revolution. And you could see them in their forums. When they talk, they don't talk about, the suffering of the people. They don't talk, even they talk about it, they just put it as a headline, but their main focus about how to gain power, how to be in power more than how to empower the people. And that's why I have no trust in those so-called oppositions. No, on the regime. The regime is a criminal, offensive organization that is built on tribalism, that is going to destroy the whole country, and is already did. But for us, Equatorian, we are determined and willing to be a nation of our own, and we have all the capacity. Even before we became part of Sudan, we used to be our own people until the British are the one who joined us with Sudan for the purpose of that they want to, divide and conquer, as they have made Africa into different nations. Because Africa at that time, we all know about how the colonialists have made their meeting, and everybody began to divide pieces of Africa and joining some tribes and some regions into other nations and call them in their own, renaming them in their own. Like even Congo, which is later Zaire and then back to Congo. There was also a nation that was carved by the Western Belgians. They took some of our part of our land in Equatoria. They took it to Congo. They took some part of our lands to Uganda. The same thing with Kenya, Central Africa. And the same thing you could look back in Zimbabwe when they called Rhodesia, when white people occupied it and said, British in particular, went there and colonized it and said they will never leave it. But then at the end, the Africans, the native of that land, gained their independence and they took back their land and they renamed the name of their ancestral names into Zimbabwe, because Rhodesia is the name of Rhodes, is the name of a foreigner who tried to name them. The same thing today. We as Equatorian, yes, we know we used to be called Ladu Incliff and then later renamed to Equatoria, but we embraced the Equatorian name for one reason, that we are people who are defined that they are the one who live in that region, and we accepted it as our identity, better than even get into another name that will maybe in the future create an argument. But the best thing we saw is that we are all native of that land. Today, we saw they are trying to divide us into East, West, and Central. And again, I want to give this message to our Equatorian brothers and sisters. We must not define ourselves into these names. We must call ourselves Greater Equatoria. If you have wisdom, you understand Equatoria was never been called East, West, and Central. Equatoria was known as Greater Equatoria, the people of that region, because we are multiple of tribes, many tribes living among each other. And this is the name that defined us who we are. And so I take with pride and honor to call myself an Equatorian more than call myself South Sudanese. With all respect to our brothers in the two regions of Upper Nile, Bahr Ghazal, or some even in Equatoria who try to call themselves South Sudanese. I prefer myself as an Equatorian. But this is not my point. My topic here today is about the emperor. Well, let's go to the topic directly, and then I'll give a chance later to you, and I hope I make it brief. And we will continue to also talk about it in episodes. So we will also have an episode that will be in Arabic. So it will be great for those who don't speak Arabic, don't speak English, we'll try to kind of like speak in Arabic. But I know I have my brother James also can help. He's speaking Arabic, and it's good that he can also, or give some message to our brothers and sisters in the ground. But what I want to say here, emperors. Today we have those, what emperor is? Emperor, of course, is someone who's powerful, king-like, kingship. I have a story I wanted to say, but I won't take it here because time. So I'll just, maybe next time I will talk about the emperor. There's a story about the three friends who one of them became an emperor, the other one is a pawn, and the other one is a clown. But I will just focus on the emperor. The emperor is a person who's actually powerful and able to make a decision, and someone who also calculate everything in perfect. Today, my brother Deng, and I appreciate when he came out, spoke out this important message. And this is exactly what I've seen from these clubhouse and even in other social media. There is some groups who are very protective, political groups, which they are the emperors, okay? And then you have the pawn, which is those are following their tribes in the way they will encourage the wrong in their tribe to continue, which is the Jing Council and the Jing community. And I appreciate Brother Wall here, or Mr. Wall actually, came up. He have something to say. And I know you are a strong, staunch supporter of the Jing Council, because last time you were welcoming Mr. I don't know what's his name, I forgot. But anyway, we will talk about it. But these groups, okay, who are following their tribe blindly without questioning their tribal actions within the country, those by itself, they are the pawns. And then you have those so-called clowns, which Equatoria became part of that clowns. Majority of Equatorian, unfortunately, and those who are living in diaspora, not in the back home, because in back home, they are already running away from the war. They want to find a solution, and some of them are fighting. But it's not enough, because those who have the power and the influence, they're outside, they begin to play the clown role instead of playing the emperor's role, okay? Now today, we see the game of SPLM. SPLM divided into many pieces. And if you look at every person, those who are known leaders in SPLM, most of them, the oppositions or the regime, most of them are from the SPLM. They hail from the SPLM. Historically, they can bring you history about the founding father of the SPLM, how did they know them, and how they even praise him in his vision. Yet, for us, Equatorians who are nationalists, we don't see him as a hero. Instead, we see him as a villain who caused all the chaos and pain for Equatoria in particular, and also the whole country. Again, the emperors are now using this tactic. They will come up and control the masses. They will try to create pawns and they will try to create clowns. Of course, their main objective to focus on to create the clowns is us, the Equatorians, especially those Equatorians who have no direction, who will one day will say this because he's afraid to say it in public, and outside he will say something else. I respect a man who say his words in front of me, back after behind my back, better than he's speaking, always behind my back, and then he cannot face me and tell the same word that he said it behind my back in front of my face. Those are called clowns, because what they do is they only entertain the enemy for them to continue excuse me entertaining the enemy to continue manipulate and control. And the worst of it now, what we see, the regime is already in power. The regime have played the game and gained access to country, to the land of Equatoria, even to the capital city of Equatoria, which is now Juba. And they even now are in process to divide the Equatorian by calling themselves East, West, and Central. And I want our Equatorian brothers to stop calling themselves in these names, and let's call ourselves Equatorians. This name is not ours to call yourself East and West. Do you know that actually Equatoria was divided into two during the colonialists? Equatoria was known East and West. There was no Central. Both these areas that some of the people within the Central Equatoria, they were divided almost like, how Ireland was divided to North and South. That's the same thing. There was no Central. And that was for the purpose of administrative and political maneuver that the British colonialists did it. But then they saw it's not beneficial. Even part of, at that time, Bahar Ghazal was part of Equatoria. Then later they gave Bahar Ghazal a chance to be itself. So most of these administrative things were created by foreigners. Even today, the three states that is now in Equatoria is actually created for a purpose to diffuse rebellions and diffuse power, because they saw that Equatorians coming together is a challenge. And Khartoum felt that they need to change that, especially under Omar al-Bashir. Omar al-Bashir have played his game well, and he divided the country into 10 states under his leading time. Then later, South Sudanese, just coming up from, the separation, they did not even negotiate. And this is the failure, because our people were always been the pawn to execute what the emperors are doing. The SPLM was the first emperor. Now we have many emperors who are defecting from the SPLM and creating their own game. And that's why we need to be very careful on these political forums. Some of them who want to talk and praise themselves and talk as if they have vision. And yet those visions are all copied and all made up, that they will never even achieve it, because they were part of this regime and they failed to achieve it when they were in power. When they were there, they didn't even dare to speak out to advise the South Sudanese that you cannot go out and separate before you understand the purpose and your right, even your duty after separation. Instead, they just falsified it by saying, yes, we are South Sudanese, we cannot live with the North because the North, they want to continue the Sharia, and also plus we have they will never allow us to live together in harmony. They will always call us like, we are South and all that. So they made excuses, and all this propaganda SPLM was building it in the South Sudanese mind, while in the North, they were telling, yeah, we're trying, we give people, and then they were even making debates. If you remember, there was a debate with the late Wani Tombe when he was even challenged by the SPLM, when he challenged the SPLM, telling them that I have no trust in the SPLM. SPLM is dangerous entity. It can bring disaster. And what did they do? They mock him in the podium. People were shouting and making noise, so they didn't want him to finish. But this thing was recorded. If you want to know, go to Wani Tombe videos in YouTube. You'll find the people were shouting in his face, mocking him. But at the end, he was right. He predicted what's going to happen. And this man is not just a PhD holder. He's actually a man with heart and mind. He never even praised himself, as we see today. Some people will call themselves names, even they don't even hold the title anymore. So they will put titles on themselves, even embarrassing for the person to be given that address. And it's embarrassing for the person who knows better to even praise. But it shows you the lack of confidence and the weakness, and shows you also the personality of the people who give that kind of praise and title. That means those people have no value, no principles. They will go and sell themselves cheap. Those are the same people who, when we ask them, separation of Sudan from north, south from north. Is it a right way? Is it the right time? Is it making sense? They did not want to listen to any logic. Instead, they don't want to debate. They said they debated in college. Some of them now bragging they did debate it in college. But when you debate in university in a closed door, you don't speak to the public. You don't go out there. How could you? Do you think that the college student are the one who going to achieve this objective? No, you need to talk to everyone. It doesn't matter if he's a college student, a professor, doctor, a simple person, a worker, a soldier. You need to advocate. You need to enlighten them to know they're right. They didn't do that. They failed. So those emperors did dominate the political arena, and they did manipulate the people by deceiving them that we have the oil. The oil will cover everything. We'll be like Dubai. We'll be like those countries. So all these dreams were built in the minds and the conscience of the people falsely. So it was built on a dream in a sand, which is like, in Christianity Jesus said, like, anybody who built his house in a sand will fall, but anybody who built his house in a rock will stand. So there was no any foundation, a solid foundation. It was built on a falsified thing. And then what happened? The nightmare came after the dream, that beautiful dream we thought we're going to have. The nightmare came. Those who abstained from voting, they did. Those who voted against, they did. Those who voted for, they did. At the end, it came to 99% of separation. What happened? SPLM took over. That was the emperor. Then the emperor had a clash. But then the main emperor, or the protagonist, had an agenda, a tribal agenda that later we saw it in 2013. In particular, it became clear. And then the Equatorians, this is where we are here. What we're supposed to do, we failed to take action. The only song we played as clowns, and I have to call ourselves clowns. It is not an insult. It's just we have to accept that we made a mistake, that we begin to sing about federalism. We could even have done federalism when we were in the one Sudan, but we failed to understand what is federalism. Even up to this moment, some of the people who call federalism, if you ask them in detail what is federalism, they will fail to kind of like define it in the perfect right way. Instead, they just is stuck on this word because some guy, some emperor came up from nowhere telling them that the best way for this country to run is federalism. Did you ask him the tough question? Did he assess that federalism, how it's going to work, and what type and where and when it's going to be? No, they did not. So they failed. They failed in all that. Then again, those things was done to us. Again, we saw ourselves begin to join alliances, not even alliances. We became members of things that we were not part of the situation. We could have been solved, and we have to be respectful and honest to this thing also. This conflict, when SPLM created it, it was a tribal, because they targeted Nuer for the purpose of 1991, and then also they accused, and thank you, Brother Deng, for mentioning that they accused Riek Machar by making a coup when it's not true. They created a scenario, and which is now they're trying to create the same scenario to Equatorian, and they're doing it. And we could see they have the audacity to do it. But what the Equatorian are supposed to do? How long are we going to play the clowns? So my brothers and sisters, you need to understand our position. We don't need to be the clowns. Either we become emperors or become nothing. But do not be the clown where they can use you time and time again and call you that we are one South Sudanese. How could you be a South Sudanese? I was going to tell about the story about this this emperor, but I will talk about it next topic. The next episode. But I want to just us focus on this. Are we going to be the clowns? Are we going to be the clowns? And we don't want to be the pawn, because pawn is expendable. We know that in the military term, when you are expendable, that means you can go to any place and get injured, killed. They will not worry about you. And there is a lot of expendables in this world. Today, even Europe is looking at Africa as an expendable. We're not just clowns, we are expendable. The clowns are the ones who come to Europe and they will die in Europe. They will not focus to go back home and build it. But those expendables are the pawns who are used there to be put there for the purpose of serving their masters. Today, we are doing the same, but this time we're fighting each other like slaves when they're fighting for a remnant of food, or like what do you call, I forgot the word, like gorgosh bil Arabi. I forgot, it's like crumbs. Yeah, crumbs in English. So we are fighting for crumbs. And that's why you see this civil war is happening. But it's a tribal war, infused with political, somehow a power struggle. But if you look at it, It wasn't even a power struggle. Now there is no ideology like political, a very like you can say comprehensible political ideology that you can understand. Instead, you see the confusion. That's why you see today you have seen another group who are coming out trying to control their forums. They don't want to be challenged. Instead, they want to direct people. They want to tell the people this is the way they know, and they want to act like they're the smartest. But trust me, they are not. The people are now rising. And if you talk about revolution, oh shoot, sorry, I got cut off, guys. Just a second. Forgive me, my guys. Just give me a minute. My internet. Didi, if you can hear me, just hold on. Hello, guys. Hello. Yes. Sorry about that. I've been cut off. You hear me, guys, right?
Yes, now.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm just gonna finalize and say that what they did to us, right now it's really clear. We Equatorians need to act as soon as possible. We don't have to be the clowns. They have done this several times. The country is already going down, and there is people who are already persistent that they will not leave Equatoria they will not leave it unless they occupy it. They don't even want to have any idea. They don't want to think like something else to replace that. They don't want to be there. They want to occupy. You see them now in Mahdi land. You see them in East and Central. Unfortunately, I have to call it that, East, West, and Central, because this is where we are right now. But I want Equatorian to understand we are not East, West, or Central. We are greater Equatorians. Let us put this as our identity instead of calling yourself East. If anyone who wants to divide Equatoria with the language that I'm from East and West and Central, he's a fool more than just a hater, because he's a self-hating Equatorian who cannot comprehend that Equatorians, when they work together, they're the first people who came revolutionary group calling themselves Anyanya. Anyanya was not based on East or West or Central. It was based on Equatorian ideal of Pan-Africa. Those are the first people who gathered all the tribes within South Sudan to fight against something called Arabism, because we are Africans. You cannot force me to be something that I'm not. You cannot force me to be European. Even if I am Christian, if I speak English, you cannot force me to be something else. You can respect my heritage. You can respect my culture, and then we work together. Today, the world are living in what called tolerance, diversity. But South Sudan, with the mentality that is going on, with the history of pain and bloodshed that was in us, it's impossible to find a gap. Maybe I'm wrong, but prove me if I'm wrong. But those who are inciting those propaganda, even in politics, they call themselves opposition. You see them, they want to come up and they want to define their own group, and yet they will try to pretend they are not tribalists, and they're the biggest tribalists among us, because when they come out there, they pretend they are nationalists, and they are so in understanding to the people problem, and yet they sit out there and they praise themselves, they give honor to themselves, and they act like they are only there, and then they're ready to go and sign a paper quick so they can go back and work, licking the boots of Salva Kiir. So I will leave it here for now. But remember, the only people that we need, the only way we can find salvation is Equatoria have to rise up and be a nation of itself. I am for separation, but does not mean that we hate others. It's just we need our land, our people to be free, and Equatoria now is in danger, and the existential threat is true. And I want to also acknowledge my brothers and sisters who are on Facebook, who are writing down. I will try to read some questions later that they have, and also there is some people also said that I have to make it brief. Thank you. I did. Oh yeah, sorry. He said, can you brief us in the incident that is going on right now in Acholi land? Okay. I will try to find someone who will have that. That's Brother David Ochaya. Brother David, thank you for asking this question. I will try to get anybody from our brothers who are here from Greater Equatoria who will try to tell us about the Acholi situation, and also in the area of Azande, people there too, and Central Equatoria. So Didi, take over, and Mr. CJ, welcome. So I'll give to you the chance.
Earlier.
Okay. If Brother Dan can,
that's what he was talking about earlier.
Yeah.
And this is what has been happening throughout since last weekend, this week. Yeah.
Okay.
So I think.
So I can give a chance to Brother Deng if, because the question is coming from Brother David.
Yeah. That's what I was trying to say.
Okay, cool.
Let's diving into other ideas, and I don't mind waiting, and because the other people have been waiting. So thank you.
Thank you. I hope I didn't take long, guys. Thank you for your patience. If you have any question also, please don't hesitate to come up if you're in Clubhouse. And if you're in Facebook, write down, or we can give you a link. You can come up and ask question. And so we try to make it as best as possible to answer anyone and to let people to speak their minds. Thank you. And trust me, we're not here to dictate. We talk our point because we are confident of our issues. We are confident of our people. We're not here to brag or to act like we're better than anyone. We are learning from each other. Even if I'm wrong, I will admit my wrong. If I'm right, I will not have to be bragging I'm right. I just have to correct the wrong and move on. So thank you for your humble and kind, appearance here, guys, joining us. So you're welcome. So Didi, take over, and Brother Deng, after that, you can also answer my brother until like somebody else can come up and if they know more about
Yeah,
that.
let's then go ahead and I'll wait. I'll talk later. Let's
Thank you.
Because it's very important. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for giving me another opportunity or another chance. I will speak in Arabic. I'm not gonna do it in English. Just for the reference that our people on the ground, they just understand Arabic very well, or normal Arabic that we speak was it back home. Our message all the time is going to the ground. It's not our message going to the politician or in the try to educate people in English grammar or English vocabulary. We're not doing that here. We just try to educate our people and tell them, I love them, what is going on and what could come to them and how they can serve themselves. Let me go to Arabic. أنا هنا وكده استلمنا طبعا جنوب السودان معلومات بتاع كله مفتوحة، يعني ما بتعمل حاجة ما بعرفوها الليلة. قبل لنا كنا في شو بتاع وجان وقال لك أنا ضربتها. أنا عندي أصدقاء بتاعي قاعدين في وينيبول، لأن وينيبول هناك ده معسكر بتاع جيش اللي هو كان بيقولوا له ده في نيتشيكات military college. لسه ناس قاعدين فوق العادة هسه is a military college. عندي colleagues لسه قاعدين هناك. أنا ضربت لهم تليفون سألتهم في شنو ماشي، فواحد منهم قال لي نديك تليفون بتاع زول في مقوي. ده التليفون بتاع زول هناك أنا بعرفه من ولد تشولي. أنا كلمته معه سألته وهو لسه في جيش. قال لي هاي حربوا منطقة حاسد إننا ماشيين على المنطقة الحربوا وناس جروا. ده كان قبل before 3 hours or 4 hours ago. حربوا المنطقة ده هسه حرقوا طرد الناس فوقه. نجي ل why it happened، لأنه في ناس ما عارفين معلوم في شنو. في جيم نمتك ولا جيم نمتك كان عندهم اجتماع يوم الأحد. أنا خشيت الساعة 5 وقت بتاعت الزول ده تعرف معلومة ده كويس. أنا بقول حقي بحساب بتاعه، أنا ما أقدر نتكلم حاجات بس شوية ساكت. كان الساعة 5 و23 دقيقة، ما أنا خشيت في جام نمتك لقيتهم قاعدين يتكلموا وأنا بعرف تندينك. I'm fluent in Dinka to be honest with you. So أنا خشيت. وبعد ما استمعت رئيس أستراليا لما نتكلم وقال إن إحنا دايرين نكتب جواب، ولو في زول بيقول أنا كلامي ده ما صح خليه يجيب شريط بتاع جيم نمتوب بتاع يوم الأحد، خليه يجيبه يسمينا له عشان كل زول يقدر يقول كلام بتاع دين ده صح ولا غلط. So لما هم اجتمعوا أنا كنت قاعد يعني، والحمد لله أنا كنت في محل أنا رايق فوق وقاعد أستمع. So قالوا رئيس أستراليا بتاع الجيم في أستراليا قال إنه نحن دايرين نكتب ورقة ل UN ونكتب ورقة ل AU ونكتب ورقة ل إيجاد نقول لهم إنه الناس بتاع إيسترن إكواتوريا دايرين يهاجمونا لأنه وجان قال الناس دي يشتروا أسلحة. So جون وجان، فنحن الناس ديل نخليهم نكتب ورق to alert those people. بعد ذاك نحن لو عملنا لهم حاجة بعدين ما يكونوا يقولوا نحن يا هو قتلناهم، يكون عندنا حق إنه قاعد ندافع عن أنفسنا. So قال نكتب ورقة للحكومة عشان الحكومة بعدين لو حصل ناس دل بيجوا كثيرين علينا نقول ده ناس بتاع ناس، نقول ده ناس بتاع ناس هاجمونا عشان الحكومة يساعدنا ويجيبوا لنا جيش زيادة. ده كلام بتاعهم في الجنة. So الشيء اللي ده نقوله للناس إنه المثل الناس جين نمتوب أو ناس جين نمتوب قاعدين يعملوا فوقه هو بإنه المثل العربي يقول ضربني وبكى سبقني واشتكى. ده المثل اللي فوقه. فقام طوال نفس اليوم اجتمع يوم الأحد
Yahu Gibela Sabah Harabo Garia Kabel. How you gonna refer that? How you gonna say it's not the same plan? So Yahui Tasatini Gibel, Shil telephone bitak, أضرب في مقوي هسه ولا بكرة الصباح أضرب في مقوي بقول لك هربوا غارية كامل امبارح اللي هو هسه بيجي بالليل عندهم وهربوا جبال بميسر. So انت اساله بقول له هربوا غارية بقول لك في غارية هربوا في مقوي كله هربوا نمان بيوتا كله هربوا وطردوا الناس وقتلوا الناس. So انتوا ناس بتاعنا شولي الفلان هنا او جنوب الدار يفهم معلومات بتاع جنوب السودان شيل التليفون بتاعك اضرب في مقوي. So ده يا هو معلوم بتاعي يا اخوي اللي انت ده تسمعه انه حاجه ده ما جاء من فراغ وزول البناء هنا بعدين من جن نمتوق بيجي فوق بعدين داير يتكلم ويحامي عليك الله تجيب لي بكل منطقيه جيب لي شريط او الاجتماع بتاع جن نمتوق هنستعمله كلنا والحمد لله لو بعد ناس بعرفوا بعدين كان بفسر لهم وشكرا.
All right. Let me do this quickly.
تسديني في زول عنده سؤال تاني ولا في زول داير يسأل؟
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, come on. Yeah, you can come. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Didi. Sorry, because I am controlling this thing, and so I have a little bit difficulty, but I appreciate and thank you, brother Deng. I know this is fact because even there is a sister here who wrote in Facebook right now telling us that yes, this is attack even today, like you said, happened. Like women and children are the victims of this incident. Imagine, and then this is the irony, my brothers, and this is why we Equatorian nationalists were calling for our independence or self-determination. Look at what's happening. This is a nation that did not even respect human right. When human right was given to them during the time we became independent. Like, let me get it to that point here. You remember that the SPLM used to act like, oh, Shamal Sudan do this, like always bragging to the West that, oh, the North are doing this, but the North never done what they done, what today we're seeing. The North never said to the people of the North, go and occupy the land of the people in South and exterminate them and chase them and rape them. They never done that. They even had a respect. The only thing they were fighting an ideology. But what we see was the Dinka community as they lead the country, because right now they're the only tribe who are leading the country. Let's be honest. That's not hate. Again, I repeat it to those Dinkas who are listening to us. That's not a hate when we tell you you are the one. Because yesterday you used to say that the Northerns are Arabs, and you said those are the people who are running the country and those are the people who are killing us. But you never seen the North have come up and said, do not generalize us. They never said that. Instead, they knew there is a situation going on, but they still gave us the most respect. They showed it by example. They showed their true, caring by example. Even the people in South have lived in the North. Even people have built life in the North until the separation happened, where majority went back, and then now some of them returned back. Some of them went to Uganda and other area. So our people have went again to refugee camps. But before that, they never felt like they need to answer that is not us. And yet they come up to us in confronting us that we are hating and why we hate Dinka. And then imagine today, Didi, you're a witness. They were trying to challenge me like, you can never separate. Imagine the word, you cannot. I was like, did we buy this land from you? This land belonged to our ancestors. I mean, there is one thing you have to understand. When you kill our people like that, anyone in this earth, if you kill their families, do you think they will come up and say, let's still be together? Because there is something called justice. If they don't understand justice, we're not calling for revenge. Justice. Justice is to hold everybody accountable. And this accountability is to be caught the criminals, prosecute them, and put them either execution or life in prison. But unfortunately, this is not happening. Instead, this is a whole community coming to invade, rape, and terrorize our people. And then above that, they go out and say to Equatorians that you guys have no right to say that if you guys are doing this. And then when you talk about Jonah Cheng, let me just put this clear. I really don't want to say this guy because this guy, I'm sorry to say, and he's not important. But to see the mindset of people who are so backward to believe that you will go and listen to somebody like that. I don't even listen to this guy for one reason. The guy is confused. He talks about arming. Do you know this is why I said to my Equatorian, we have to be very careful in this. Such person like that, we don't need to follow, not to even listen to, because he is inciting division within Equatorians, and he's inciting also, a problem where Equatorial become victims today, and you see it today. Now we see our people in Magui being attacked, and this attack is not, like just happened by accident. It was intentional, and I appreciate Brother Deng who witnessed that. And even I remember there was a time I went to a room, and I saw them. They were saying some things very, like, you could see the demeanor. I don't understand the language, but the demeanor, the way how they were talking, very hateful. Like, all you hear Equatorians, separatists, Equatorians, and the way they're saying it, it showed me that they were not happy with what we're saying. And then they suddenly kicked me out of the room because they saw me there. I think they took them time to notice me. They kicked me out of the room just because I'm a separatist and they don't like to see me there. So I was like, it's okay. But we never do the same to them because we're not afraid to challenge whatever is wrong. But we know what we want. We want our people to stand up and defend themselves. That's what we call defend yourself, not to kill or to hurt anybody. Defend yourself to protect yourself. And then for us, our part is that we will work on other things to bring an end to this conflict by any means necessary. And I don't want to go far in detail because this is not the place where I can talk about it. But what I want to say, that what is happening in Magui today is a tragedy to our people. And I pray to the people there that God, arrest those who died and those who are surviving. We need to do whatever it takes to save them. And those who are having channels for, donations, please, guys, open those channels. And if you have anything, if you're working with those channels, please come up here and speak. And then how can we donate money to help our women and children until we find a better way? And then, of course, we will talk with the international community on that matter. But this is going to work. And thank you, Brother Deng, for bringing up. And we will find, we have even evidences to the crime they commit against our people in Equatoria by one tribe who are committing genocide against our people, because this genocide is happening as it happened to our brothers in Nuer before. It continues to happen. Today, Nuer are standing, defending themselves. They're not attacking. They're not taking any people's land. They're just standing on their own ground. But what we see from Dinka, even though they have the power, they abuse others, and they say that the land belongs to them, and nobody can separate. Who are you to tell me not separate? So I don't want to go far. I'll give a chance to next speaker. Didi, please take over. And if Deng want to add something, but if anybody have any question for Deng, please go ahead and ask him, because he said he's willing to answer anything, and he was there. I think Mr. Wall, maybe if you want, or whoever, because Mr. Wall, I think you're from those Jing Namtok, from what I know, and you are there always advocating for Dinka. They need to take lead in everything, and particular that you guys need to protect and defend yourself. I don't know, defend yourself from what, when you are the one who oppressing us, instead of you supporting the people who are suffering under this jingoism or this Dinka ideology that is now trying to dominate the country. No, you want to also say, let's empower our Dinka community to go and take there. So please go ahead, Didi. If Wall want to say something, or Deng also have anything to add on that, then please feel free. Thank you.
Well, first of all, I would like to register my heartfelt condolences to our people who have lost their lives in Mogui County in the conflict between the cattle keepers and the farmers, and also to our people down in the Western Equatoria in the conflict between the Balanda and the Zanda people. It breaks our hearts that our people continue to die. Thank you so much, Brother Odise and Sister Didi. In spite of our disagreeing views, indeed, you people have shown the confidence in what you say and what you do, and you are not afraid to.
Mr. Wall, sorry to interrupt you, but I want to ask you a question. So before you get into that, do you agree with what Deng have said is true? Because were you there? And if you're there, was it true? Or if you heard about it? Or you guys are campaigning to go and kill Equatorians in Magui? Because Jing Dubtok is always advocating for Dinka to. Yes, please go ahead, because this question is direct to you, and then Deng is here to recount or counter what you say. Thank you.
speech of the Deng that brought me up here, because in that room I was there, and the way Deng put it is completely incorrect. And the way people like Deng actually represent others, appoint themselves to be the spokesman of other people, and then represent others in a wrong way, is the very reason why we agreed to come up with the Jiang Nomtok in order to speak on our own behalf. Because for far too long, uh, the Jiang as a community had been treated really bad by some of the Jiang members, and also by some of our fellow South Sudanese people. We have been misrepresented to our fellow South Sudanese and to the world. And so we came to find out that, you know what, there is a need for us to be involved in this. And let us represent ourselves to our fellow South Sudanese, instead of allowing people like Deng Tong to speak on our behalf. That is exactly the core value of the Jiang Nomtok, is not to actually monger the hatred or to raise a war against anyone. In so many rooms, we, the young people, had been advised to really speak up on our behalf. Jiang Nomtok was formed last year in October 2021. Before that, we did not have any organization that speak on our behalf. We had the JCE, which a lot of you did not agree with them. And so we have to come up with a way to speak to others. And that is why we established this. And we brought in even members of the JCE to explain to us and to the South Sudanese what are their role and what are they out there for. And then we continue to establish the Jiang Nomtok here, and it is going to be there to actually speak up so that people like Deng Tong here don't speak on our behalf. And in that Sunday meeting, Brother Odisi, I was in there. What Deng Tong said is wrong. There is no such a thing, and I would not even be a part of it. If there are a group of people that get to sit in a room in order to mobilize resources to have South Sudanese people killed, I will not be there. Mind you, I was a moderator in that show. And not only that too, I had been a part of bylaws, the Jiang Nomtok bylaws. And they are there, by the way. If you get a chance, go into the Jiang Nomtok's bylaws, and you will see our values in writing, what we stand for. And I was part of that committee that actually drafted those bylaws. Don't hear what I say, but go and read what we wrote. And that's what we are going to make sure that those are the values that we are going to uphold. So what Deng Tong said here is a part of hatred and fear mongering to continue to make South Sudanese people be suspicious of one another for no reason. In that room, there were some people that came up to complain against John Wuchang. People complain against John Wuchang, incitement of hatred. As far as I know in the room that I moderated. On Saturday, it was about the presentation of the bylaws. That's what we did, and the bylaws are there, including the logo of the Jiang Nomtok is there. And we had options to talk in a closed room. If we had any dirty plan, the closed room is available. It's at our fingertip. But we did not have anything to hide because we did not have any malicious plan against anybody. And it is a high time for the young people to step it up and organize themselves. Because in so many occasions, we had been actually advised by the fellow South Sudanese to step it up. We have been told of how our community was breaking down. Of course, you are aware of the insecurity that has actually been happening in the Jiang communities in South Sudan. You are aware of the homelessness of the children of the Jiang people.
So we're trying to establish this here as a bigger organization in order to address our concerns. And yet, people like Ding Tong don't see it that way. They see it as a war room, as a room where young people are planning war against anybody. Do you know that even in Jiang Mamto, we don't even talk about politics? We don't talk about politics.
Mr. Wall, your connection is cutting off. Just one thing you have to your connection is cutting off, and please brief it. You got only uh, 2 minutes, so I can give a chance to Dank. But there is one thing I would disagree with you. You guys are talking about politics. Trust me, we've been there in your Jank Knob talk. We have even visited when your elder, what's his name, this guy, Aldo Ajo, yeah, and the other who are there. You guys have talked about politics, so don't. It will be an insult to us to say that you don't talk about politics. You guys always focused on the politics, because even the social issues that you talk about has a political agenda behind it. So I'm listening to you carefully. So be careful, because we actually listening carefully to your point. But go ahead.
You are free to judge anything in any way you want. You are in control of how your brain observes things. But I'm in control in the way I speak and saying what I know. I am in that room, and you can go back later on, read the bylaws of the Jiang Memtek that are in there, and you will see exactly what we really are in writing, not in saying, not in talking. So, for somebody like Deng Tong to come here and try to dehumanize and represent the Jiang Memtek in a wrong way, yakwana nehna namshi gidam ke.
Uh, excuse me. Again, I want you to make sure you don't focus on Deng. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hold on, Mr. Wall. Hold on. Deng is actually one of just a second. Deng has all the point that he want to ask a question. Okay, just wait. One thing I want you to know, I appreciate you coming up here, and we give you the chance to speak because you have more time to speak. But one thing I want to remind you is that Deng, said it because he was there. But you don't have to worry about people like when you say that, you're actually disrespecting him because he didn't even point it to you. Say people like Wall, but now you're trying to personalize the point. Just he said, "I was there, witness." You focus on what you have spoken there, and elaborate it and clear it. I mean, explain it, but don't come and attack him as if he was coming up to impersonal with you. He's not. But now he has a question for you, so you please be patient. He's going to ask the question, then you answer. Above that, I'll give you 3 minutes on that. Please, Mr. Den, go ahead. Thank you.
Mr. Wall, I'm not gonna argue with you because you the one clear yourself now and say you guys talk about Uchan. Did you guys talk about Uchan or not? And what is the other guy from Australia say in Dinka language? What is the proposal that you guys come with it in Uchan? Can you tell us exactly what is the proposal that you guys say you will write the letter to the UN and you write a letter to the government? Did you guys say that or not? Just be brief and be very honest, man. That's one question that I ask you in English, and I hope you properly understand my English. Thank you.
Yes, I properly understand English. John Wu Chang had made a lot of controversial shows and with different
I think there's an issue with the network. Was it Deng? That's Wall who was talking. Wall, your network I think has an issue.
He can log out and come back. We'll go log out and come back.
Well, I hope your network will be okay this time. Is your network was cutting, so I don't know. Did you went back down by yourself or somebody
I moved him down and I brought him back up.
Okay. All right. Okay. So you can come back because of your network. So it was just like a refresh to get your network going well. Come back, brother.
Sorry, guys. He's like, I think there's a network issues with him. Hello. Yeah. So if he's not there, let's give a chance to Deng. We'll skip you a little bit, or you want to say something, and then we give to James or Didi, because I know they didn't, and also Brother Nimeri and Mr. CJ, and then we have Nina. I hope I pronounced your name correctly, Nina. So welcome. Go ahead, Brother Deng.
Adisu, Nemeri, and Sister Didi, CJ, James, and Nyanen. What I want to say, in the court, when you go to court.
Yes, let me finish. I'll actually just finish and I'll wrap it up and I'll be gone. Okay, so here is the thing. We were discussing different topics that John Oshang have actually conducted the show. And some of the topics were very, very controversial. And to be honest and to prove that you are not telling the truth, Brother Deng, is that the Jeng Nomtok doesn't even have a presidency in Australia. The Jeng Nomtok don't even have a constitution yet. What we have now is an interim leadership.
Hold on, sir. I think you didn't understand. He did not say Jim Namtok, president. He said someone from the Jing, who is the president in Australia, the Jing community.
Let him elaborate on
Okay, so yeah, then yeah, okay, go ahead. So go ahead. I just want to correct you there because there is something you just said like.
Can he elaborate on his minute?
Yeah. Okay, yeah, you got 2 minutes. Go ahead.
We can.
Yes, my network always just goes back. So let me finish here. Someone who is a Jing from Australia and it's a chairperson. No, we don't even have that. Jing Momtek has not even formulated a permanent constitution yet, let alone the leadership. So anyway, in that room, we were concerned about the topics and the shows conducted by John Wuchang, and we were discussing the way to handle this. Okay, because John Wuchang had been preaching. Actually, there is no topic. I can say 80% of the topic of John Wuchang, he must actually put in the word Dinka. In most of his shows, he have to put in the word Dinka in there, or JCE. But for the most part, and all of you here can agree with me on that. And so, that's exactly one of the reasons why we formed Jeng Nomtok. It's to discuss issues like this. What is wrong? Are we wrong? Is John Wuchang right? Why is he actually talking about the Jing people all the time? If somebody keep making a show about your name all the time, you get to sit down one time and ask yourself, what is going on? Is it their mistake or our mistake? That is exactly what we were discussing in that room, but not a plan to attack anybody or raising money to have people attacked. Kalamde de kalamger sehiya huna ding tong. Tell the truth. I know there are a lot of millions of issues in our country. You don't have to fabricate a story in order to make a point. Just tell there are a lot of problems in our country. You don't have to lie. And I was the moderator. I was moderating the room just as Odyssey is moderating this room. Imagine Odyssey and Didi. Tomorrow I go out somewhere in another room and I then lie in the room that you have authority. What would you say?
Well, just quick for that show on Saturday.
Unfortunately, it was not recorded. I was even looking for that. I was even looking for recording because we didn't know that people were going to be actually venturing in the room and then go out and cook up their story.
Okay. Now there is no way to prove if Deng Tong was lying, or you are the one that is lying,
I will challenge them down here,
I would,
and I will challenge them down here, and even you, Mary. Okay.
You're challenging nothing, since you do not have no evidence to prove that you did not actually.
Give me the evidence that we have collected the money. Give me the evidence. You or Deng Tong, give us that evidence.
Well, I'm telling you, if you cannot defend it, you have no evidence.
If you cannot give us the proof of your accusation, you are lying.
There is no way.
He got 30 seconds. He got 30 seconds. Numeri, I know these guys like Wall. You know, like I said, from their fruit you shall know them. So Wall, do not play with our minds. We know what the country is going through, and you go ahead, finish your point, and then Mr. Numeri and Mr. Deng will answer. No, don't say, look, man, respect yourself, my friend. We are here giving you a chance. First of all, you didn't even respect Deng. You call him a liar. That's an attack. Hold on, gentlemen. Hold on, sir. Hold on, sir. I know you're emotional, but have a common sense. Control yourself, because it seems like you are trying to deny it, and you are very much, feel like. Oh wow, you learned that word from us. Thank you. Okay, sister, just hold on a second. I know you guys are, those are the pawn. That's why I said there is a pawn always playing the game. So he got out. Okay, so he didn't want to continue talking. Well, if you really want to be honest with yourself on the matter of issues, I see Mr. CJ. Mr. CJ, you have to correct yourself. Connect your device to speak if you want to. But one thing I want to say to Mr. Wall, well, we have been in your forums, in your rooms so many times, and we see the word that you speak, guys. You speak plainly about, trying to justify all the violence that Dinka is committing against others, as if like you're defending yourself. And then that's what I said, you're playing the wolf crying that, foul, which is, it's not possible. So I don't want to go far. People know who you are. And you try to say Jim Numtuck is created because you're trying to discuss issues of Dinka in a way that, trying to, protect yourself or try to help yourself. You guys in power. What else you want? Just because we came out here challenging your sinister games or sinister conspiracies that you have been planning against. You have some people who are implanted in the oppositions. You have some people who are in the regime, facilitating passes for you guys to continue being, able to listen. Okay, I'm paranoid. Wow. And why are you here then? If I'm a paranoid person, why are you with me? Why are you coming here? You just want to talk to tell me I'm paranoid? Thank you, doctor. I don't know what kind of degree you have. You have a medical doctor? Can you assess me on that? Please, lady, if you don't have any point to argue, don't come up.
I will just say that, Nayan, you can just wait for your turn.
Yeah, if she can handle talking.
Thank you, Didi. Yeah, let's just stick with the.
Yes, and please, Didi, you control the timing. I will give a chance to Deng, but I want to make sure that those guys, if they want to talk something that out of, yeah, let him talk. Let him talk. Sorry.
Record in the world, no matter is maybe in South Sudan cannot be taken, but any court in the world, if you go to the court and you prove that you see or you hear and you was there, and the victims that has been victimized, and you try to witness, and you prove three things. You prove the location and the place that we had incidents and who do the incidents. If you prove those things, you are a good you are a good witness. So if I prove it to them that there was a meeting on Sunday, even I write my time down, then I prove to them that they was talking about Wushan, John Wushan, and then he admitted that they have a meeting. He admit that they have talking about John Wushan, and he don't want to admit that they will write the letter. The rest he don't want to admit them because they have action on those things. And I hope everybody is clear now for the case that I prove it. And he tried to prove me wrong, and he's a moderator. Can he bring those tapes and play them in front of everybody here in South Sudanese? They can hear
is in Dinka because they have some people who understand Dinka, not just Dinka by themselves, not just me, but somebody else from different tribe can translate what they were saying. The guy from Australia come up with he say in English and he say in Dinka language. He's the president or he's the chairman in Australia. That's what he say, and he said his suggestion that we need to write the letter, and that suggestion all of them agree on it. They have to write the letter against John Wuchang, write the letter that against Equatorians, and write the letter that blaming us. And they will say if an incident happened, we have to blame the NAS, that we can get the support from the government. That's what they say. And I'm 100% speaking Dinka, let me tell you. And I can doubt anyone who will tell me I don't understand Dinka because I grew up with Dinka and I know Dinka very well. So I'm not here to manipulate or try to make things that didn't happen. To tell you, I'm an intelligent man and I've been successful, intelligent in my life. I have a lot of report. Maybe Odessa know me very well. We've been through all those courses. And we don't say something that is not accurate because your people, life of people will be in your hand. If you try to do the lie thing that without no documentation, you are not a good intelligence. And that's what we train for. I'm not here just to talk about, oh, it's a politics. It's not a politics. It's something that they say. And after that, they have an incident happening today. They talk on Sunday, and they have an incident today. And today they have a two trucks full with the soldier come from Juba. Today they are in Magui now. 2 trucks. Go collect my information carefully and call and see. They will tell you exactly what I'm telling you. My brother and sister, we're not here. There's a life of people has been taken even today, and they have property has been burned today. What I was telling you, come here and say the truth. Even if you disagree with me, but please respect me and I will respect you, no matter we disagree. Come tell me exactly if I'm wrong and prove it to me. I prove it to you they have a meeting on Sunday. I prove it to you what they say in the meeting. I prove it to you the time that they have a meeting, and incident happened yesterday. Or it became yesterday to us, which is today to us and yesterday to them in Africa. So my brother Odiso and Nimeri and Didi, when I try to say that, we try to serve people life. People from Equatoria, not to go through genocide, especially people of Acholi and people of Madi. We try to serve people life. We're not here just to joke and have fun. Now time to me is 10 o'clock and I'm leaving. I'm going to work at 4 in the morning. So I'm not wasting my time. I try to give my correct message that the people on the ground can receive it. أنا رسالة بتاعي دار أوديه للشعب المسكين البقتوله وهم ساكت. So أنت لو تجي بعدين please خليك عندك احترام، ناقش في خطة، ما تنبس. نبس ما ياو حل بتاع مشاكل بتاعنا. So ده وصية بتاعي لكم، وأنا بكون قاعد وبحضر، ولو في زول عنده سؤال بعدين خليه يسألني، وشكرا.
شكرا. Thank you so much, brother. Didi, go ahead, take over, please. The next speaker, and then I appreciate so we can give a chance, so you get the time there.
Yeah, thank you, brother Deng, and yeah, this is all we're all about, saving lives and being fair. Because sometimes, we hear people say that, Nuer and Dinka will unite and stuff. We hear all this from this Jeng, Jeng rooms and stuff like that. But one thing that I want to say is like brotherhood is not really truly in only in blood. Brotherhood is built upon trust, upon protection, upon loving. If you can adapt to love anyone, that person can be your brother, whether you're a Dinka, whether you're a Nuer, or whether you're from any tribes within South Sudan. In South Sudan, we can live with anybody, even though we are separating. We can adapt to live with anybody. But the only thing that we will not is somebody who is corny, somebody who is untrustable, and somebody who's just built himself upon dominating people and destroying other ethnic tribes in South Sudan, because all the ethnic tribes in South Sudan are very important and they're very unique, and nobody can take upon themselves to take lives of any other person. So I thank you so much for what you have given us here, Deng. I appreciate that. And also, Brother Wall, I would have wished that you have stayed. It's good to, people to debate. Like I said, we come together, we talk, we disagree, but also at the same time, we learn, we build each other, and everybody goes back to recorrect themselves. That's why we come to talk, not only just for the sake of talking, but for people to go back and recorrect themselves. So I'll move forward and give it to James. Brother James, sorry, I took a little bit time on your time to talk. You're very welcome to talk, and thank you so much for your patience. Welcome, James.
دي الأخ الراكز أتيكا والأخ تينغو والناس اللي معانا هنا قاعد تسمعوني؟ يس.
أيوة جيمس.
يا حييكم كلكم. صراحة عنوان الحلقة في محلها أنه نحن في بلدنا اللي اسمها جنوب السودان دي حاجات كثيرة قاعد تظهر، كان بتظهر في التاريخ زمان. التأطر على الناس وبناء امبراطورية دي ظاهرة قديمة ومعروفة في التاريخ القديم، لكن للأسف الشديد في بلدنا جنوب السودان ابتدت تظهر. لكن هي دائما زي ما التاريخ ورانا، هي ما بتدوم، بتكون زي ملح الأندروس بتفور كده في الكوباية for time being، لكن الناس بتكتشف أمرها سريعا، وبعد ذاك الناس بتنفر، من أراد أن ينفر ومن أراد أن يواصل برضو حيكون خطره يعني. لكن في نهاية المطاف أنه حقائق الأشياء براها بتظهر، والحكم لأبناء جنوب السودان بعد هم يختاروا، لأنه المسألة بقت واضحة جدا جدا. أنا ما حيتكلم هنا في الموضوع ده كتير، لأنه الحاجات دي بعض مرات ما بتجي كده براها بالصدفة، بتكون عندها مثلا بعض الخلفية مثلا بتاعت الكالتشرال باك جراوند، الطريقة بتاعت عيشة المجتمع المعني الإنسان الجهة دار تعمل التأطر على الناس أو إقامة أمبراطورية على حساب الآخرين. بلدنا جنوب السودان دي الأحداث اللي قاعد تحصل فيها هي أحداث هي ما سياسية بمعنى الكلمة، لأنه هي فيها نوع من الفوضوية، يعني أمر كله فوضى وكله داخل في بعض. يهو زي ما هسه حصل في ماقوي. وأنا كمان نترحم للناس اللي توفت في الأحداث الأخيرة دي، ربنا إن شاء الله يلهمهم بالصبر. ناس ما عندهم ذنب زي ما الأخبار جات من هناك، أطفال وناس عجزة واغتصاب بتاع النسوان، يعني حاجات دائما بيعملوها الجيوش الغازية. يعني الأحداث الداخلية، الحروب الأهلية في البلاد دائما حاجات اللي فيها انتقام دي ما قاعد تحصل. وقبل أنه الجنوب ده كان كلكم انتم عارفين يعني كان مسرح بتاع حرب أهلية من 55. قعدنا بس 10 سنة بس لحد سنة 83 تاني جات قامت الحركة الشعبية. يعني كلها حروب في حروب، والناس حاضرينها، يعني ما كان في حاجات زي دي قاعد تحصل. يهو إخوتنا ذاته ناس يعني نحن بننتمي لبلد واحدة وتقريبا نفس السحنة ونفس الانتماء العرقي، لكن يهو الطمع بعض مرات بيخلي الناس تصل لمراحل زي دي. والشيل فيه عشان كده الناس بتطلع في المنتديات دي أو في المنابر، ما من أجل حاجات تانية. الهدف منها التبصير، هو الناس تسمع الأخبار زي دي، زي جاه أخونا دنك جاه يتكلم بكل وضوح تداعية الإشكال والحاصل شنو exactly. وما في جهة تقدر أنت أو شخص يقدر مثلا يملي لشخص أو لجهة معينة يقول لا أنت لازم تقبل الكلام ده أو ما تقبله. هي بتكون متروكة يعني للإنسان على حسب إدراكه للأمور، لأنه الناس يا أختي أخوي أتيكا وأختي ديدي، الناس في الدنيا دي يعني بعمرات الميول للمصالح الشخصية بيتعمي عين البصر. يعني الواحد بيكون هو ما عارف هو بيعمل في شنو أو موقفه ده، في ناس بيتأذوا، وللأسف في ناس بتكون عارفين ده، يعني في كده وكده. لكن في نهاية المطاف متروكة برضو للشارع الجنوب السوداني. أنا استيل بقول الشعب الجنوب السوداني، بالرغم أنه الكلمة دي يعني ما في محلة وما محبوبة للناس، لكن صحيح الأشياء نحن بنقول كده، أنه عشان نوري الحاجات للناس والناس تعرف. والنظام الأمبراطورية دي نحن بنقول الناس اللي قاعدين يشيلوا حاجات الناس ديل هم الغلطانين، الناس اللي بيعملوا لان جرابين والناس اللي بيقتلوا شعب جنوب السودان هم الغلطانين. وإذا كمان قالوا هم ما غلطانين بعد ده طريقتهم، برضو شعب جنوب السودان بيحكم. برضو الأمبراطوريين الجداد ديل برضو أنا بحتبرهم هم جزء من المشكلة. يس، هم جزء من المشكلة بس بنسب متفاوتة، لأنه أي شيء في الدنيا ده ما بيكون بمقياس واحد. أي شيء في الدنيا سواء كان شيء حميد أو خبيث أو جيد أو غير جيد ما بيكون بنسبة واحدة. الناس بتاع الأمبراطورية ديل هم جزء من إشكال جنوب السودان، وإذا خدتنا كمان في الميزان الصحيح ممكن هم يكونوا أسوأ من التانيين ديل، لأنه هم بيعملوا حاجاتهم في الخفاء، حاجات كلها يعني الشعب جنوب السودان ما بيستفيد منها في شيء. ما هو نحن قاعدين وده شايفين أي عمل ما منه فايدة بيعتبر خصم للجهة اللي قامت به، وما بيعتبر خصم للجهة اللي ما قامت بها، وإلا أنه نحن دارين نساوي الأعمى والأبصر، ودي ما بتجي. لكن برضه نحن نقول أنه الناس خطورة بعد ده. أنت هو تختار براك تشوف سراج على الدين تضيء قدامك تمشي، إذا هو أنت شايف صح تمشي، إذا شايف كمان أنه هو خطأ وماشي بعدين أنت تتحمل النتائج المترتبة. لأنه الكلام ده يا أختي ديدو وأنا حاختم هنا، والأخ آتيكا والأخ دين، أنا قلت في أكثر من مرة الأحداث اللي قاعد تحصل دي يعني هي واضحة، يعني تداعيات الأشياء ظاهرة. أن المشكلة اللي قاعد يحصل حسي في طنبرة ده من الحدث الأول ده أنا تنبأت به، والأحداث اللي كان عملوا فتنة بين المكونين في الاستوائي ده ذاته ما دار أذكر. أنا ما بحب أذكر المكونات سواء كان سلبا أو إيجابا، برضو كان فعل سياسي مخطط له لإشاعة الفتنة بين الناس، ده كان واضح. وهسه اللي بيحصل في شرق الاستوائي ده في ماغوي برضو مخطط، وما في جهة تقول هي مثلا هم أقوياء. الناس ديل ما بيصلونا، الناس ديل بيصلوا لأي حد، لأنه دي دولة. الدولة بتمتلك شنو؟ الآليات. يعني أنت لو سلمت الدولة دي لأطفال ممكن يأذوك، شفت أطفال غصة ممكن يأذوك، لأنه عندهم الآلية بتحت الأذية. للأسف الشديد بدل ما يستخدموها لصالح العباد هم بيستخدموها ضد الناس. فالأمر مخطط واهدافه البعيده الاستراتيجيه بقت تظهر لكل ابناء جنوب السودان. فهي anyway دي مرحله تاريخيه، بس علينا انه نتكلم ونتشاور مع بعض. ما في انسان مثلا بيقول هو اعلم من اخرين، هو الهدف منه بس تبادل الاراء والتبصير والتذكير، زي ما انا قاعد اقول كل مره. بعد الامر متروك للشعب، يعني شعب السودان بعد ده غير بقى ظاهر انه في ناس استولوا في ظلم الليل للدوله دي ووصلونا في المرحله اللي احنا فيها. وفي ناس كده غادي في ركن كده في اغاصي الاركان قاعدين يديروا حاجاتهم الشخصيه براهم كده. انا ما اعرف دي لسه هسه ذاته دارين يودونا وين. يعني اذا سالناهم قلنا لهم خلاص اوكي ديك فشلوا الدوله وانتم مالكم؟ هذا سؤال مشروع. اللي يجاوب يقولوا للناس يا اخي نحن مشروعنا كده، لكن تمشي تعمل حاجاتك نحن ذاته ما عارفين اهدافك شنو. اذا هي خاصه بك قول لنا يا اخي.
Allah. Sorry, Jamal. I don't know what happened. Just let me see.
James. James, unmute. Maybe I think you have muted yourself, Brother James. James, unmute microphone حقك. James, can you hear?
Okay. Sorry, Jamana,
while we wait for James, أنا بس داير أقول شنو فعلا كلامه صح. حاجات ده الكل طبعا ده حاجات متخطط يعني. This is all the agendas that have been planned long time ago. So these people have gotten their chance, and now it's kind of like unfinished business that people come down to finish their business. But I will just say that this is really a very dark path that history is repeating itself again. It's not something that a history that is not known to South Sudanese, or it's not known to Equatoria. This is a history that has been going down all the way from 50s to 70s to 80 until 83, until the decentralization has been done for this such reason. For نفس reason ده هو كان عاملينه decentralization هو كوكورا بنفس الأساليب بنفس الحاجات اللي حصل ده. فحاسة احنا بنقوله this is like kind of like an unfinished business that the Yang Union wanted to do it back in the 70s and 80s, and they didn't. And now they come back again. They frozen themselves and they came back again to life. And then now they are trying to fulfill it, which is they're halfway, fulfilling it in South Sudan and all over, in Equatoria and everywhere, which is really sad. People could have chosen, people could have chosen a better path. The fact that South Sudanese have forgiven you, in the 80s, you have ruined the union of South Sudanese together. In the 80s, that South Sudanese has to break apart into decentralization, which is equal power divided into equality, which is Kokora, means dividing things into equality. Take your share, I take my share, go home, do what you need to do, build your home, and then we can still do tourism around. We are still connected, we are still one people, and there were still some people even from the Yang living in Equatoria during the decentralization period, which is the Kokora. There were still people that had lived there, but unfortunately, the dark history has repeated themselves in the worst possible way, even the worst possible way, unforgivable way, that one would have thought that, people would have learned from it. And yet people are still defensive about it, rather than somebody should be of a broken heart and say that, no, this should not repeat. We remember this had happened. ده ما يتكرر تاني مفروض. So أنا بس ما بوصل قدام شديد. I apologize for taking the time of people who are supposed to talk. My brother James, if you're here, I was just waiting on you. You're back. Okay. James, I will give you to finish your points, and then so that we go. Thank you.
معلش دي أنا عندي مشكلة في النت، دائما بيقطع بعد كل فترة كده. فأنا حاجي في الختام في نهاية الكلام بتاعي، هي دائما التاريخ بيقول كده، الشعوب بالذات في أوضاع زي بلدنا ديك is hard to build a nation، بيحتاج لوقت. الزو أنه 17 سنة فترة كافية كان الناس ترمم نفسها من ناحية اجتماعية أولا، وبعد ذلك القضايا السياسية أو بناء دولة سياسية تجي في المرحلة الثانية. لكن ناسنا اختاروا الطريق الصعب واختاروا الطريق البعيد، حاولوا أنه يكونوا أنانيين، they become individualistic people، أنه الناس بقت تشوف المصلحة الخاصة، يعني بناء مال، سرقات، اختلاط بتاع مال، ونسى المهام بتاعهم الأساسية بتاع الدولة. فنحن المواطنين بتاع جنوب السودان حكموا، لأنه الفترة اللي كانت بتاعت الجلابة يعني حكموا للأمر السيتويشن أنه الجلابة كان أكثر مهنيا. أنا ما بقول هم كان أحسن، والحمد لله نحن تخرجنا منهم. طبعا مؤكد حتى لو عشنا جحيمنا في الجنوب هناك أحسن من أنه كان نكون معاهم. لكن هم للأمانة التاريخية كانوا نزيهين، كان في أمانة في إدارة الدولة. يعني حتى ما كان بده فرصة. الناس هسه اللي بيعملوا الفوضى السياسية دي يا أختي دي في جنوب السودان، ليه ما عملوها الفترة ديك؟ ما ممكن كانوا يعملوها في حكم الولايات، في الأقاليم الثلاثة اللي كان زمان ذاك والزو كان موزعة، ممكن كانوا يعملوها. لكن الدولة في الخرطوم المركزية كانت رشيدة، هي عارفة الحاجات زي دي لو اتعملت بتقسم الشارع العام وبتؤدي لنتائج ما محمودة وما كويسة. يهول بيحصل قدامنا في جنوب السودان هسي حاليا. لكن هم الناس ديل عندهم نفس الفكر ده من زمان، هو طبيعتهم اصلا كده، طبيعتهم مبنيه على كده. عشان انت تغيره، انا لما اقول طبيعتهم مبنيه على كده مثلا ما دار اعمم او اقول هم كلهم كده، ممكن يكون في واحد منهم كويس يجي يبني الدوله دي. ليه لا؟ في اي مجتمع في ناس كده وكده، لكن العقل الباطني او التفكير الجمعي بتاعهم هو كده اصلا مبني على ده. عشان الانسان مثلا يقبل الحقيقه او يقبل الاخرين معاه عشان يعيشوا في دوله هم ما عندهم. عشان كده دائما بتلقاهم عايشين في كتلات، براهم بيقوموا يجيبوا افكارهم الغير سويه دي، بيحاولوا دارين شنو بيحصل عندنا ده نحن شايفينه. اذا في ناس عندهم مثلا اي فكره ثانيه انه اللي بيحصل في بلدنا ده شيء طبيعي، برضه ممكن يقولوا للناس عشان نحن ذاته نتعلم منهم، او نقوم نبقى معاهم نركب في نفس السرج زي ما بيقولوا، نشوف الدوله دي حتودينا لوين. شكرا جزيلا. انا حقيف هنا ادي فرصه برضه لواحد من المتحدثات. شكرا اختي بيد والاخ اتيكا والدين وكل الناس اللي معنا في المنصه هنا. شكرا جزيلا.
You know what they are telling? They are telling those who are suffering, suffer a little bit more. Maybe some magic will happen by itself, and this pain will go away.
I think I've got it through.
But I doubt this will go away by itself. It is not going to go away by itself. And I don't think you have the right formula.
Are you there?
To stop the perpetrators to commit.
Hello? Are you there?
Or keep committing the crime they are committing.
I connected on Facebook on the stream yet.
Today is the people of Madrid.
Yeah, that's why I wanted you to check for me if it's going through, because I could not see the show. Because
is it actually worth it? The so-called unity, is it worth it? To what extent could you allow the slaughter of your own people?
Can you check it? Can you check it on Facebook? Then go on Facebook.
Talking about
and if you get it, tag me on please, because I could not find it on Facebook. Because it says
formal organization.
So that I can not share.
Okay. And you now should know, Young will be receiving some fund from Sudan from that point. They will deny, but I know.
Did you see?
They will receive some fund.
Okay, can you tag me?
Because it will be another branch that is advocating for the domination of Dinka.
This now clear?
Sudan is not the right place for all of us. It is not a good place for all of us. Some of us are being used. Some of us are willfully supporting, and many of us are suffering. What I say, a newer criminal should only affect newer people. Newer criminals should not affect Dinka. It should not affect Shuluk. And that's why disintegration of Sudan is the best way. We can come here in a platform like this and go back and forth like the way Deng Tong and Wall actually went through it. One is lying, one is not lying. It's just keep dodging the truth. How far? People are saying, yes, we are the same people. This war destroyed us. We're the same people. No, we're not. I don't speak Anyuak language. Why? Because I was born in the world. Even if I speak it, it would be, I would speak it as a foreigner to them. In the country that I live right now, that I so enjoy. I live here for a while. Before 2013, killing of the Nuer people, Nuer, they live in their own places, even in the city with Dinka, Shuluk, they don't even share. They do not even share churches. And you still tell me we're the same people. We cannot even pray in one church. Why? Because we have different languages. We are different people. Insist, but pay more price. Is it worth it? Is it worth it? Sudan has failed. 2.5 years, it fall apart. Okay. When George Floyd actually got killed in the United States, many people went on the street. When newer people got killed in Cuba, even the people who are saying right now, we supported and we stood with Nuer. What have you done? Did you go to the street? and protest the killing of Nuer people? You're a Dinka. Have you done that? You might have said is one Nuer or two, but have you gone? You did not do that. What? Probably because you actually scared of your own life. You would be used. We cannot tolerate ourselves. This is not a best way to unite. We are lying to ourselves, and this lie will finish us. I will stop here, and I will not say there is anything new that I'm expecting to hear from a group like people from Jim Nomtok or from whoever. Protect your own people is not a surprise to me, but I'm telling the public here that Jim Nomtok, if it actually become a branch, it will be funded by oil money, produced in areas like Wilgook, in areas like Tariyas, and the rest of us are still be on the run for their own dear life. Thanks. I'm done. This is all.
Thank you. Thank you so much, brother. Yeah, I have an issue. I accidentally kind of like shut my computer off, and then it was live in Facebook, but it's reopening. But I appreciate your sincere and genuine and powerful word, brother, and I really appreciate you as usual. You're welcome. We are fighting for the same cause, even though we're in different areas, but the cause of our people to have a self-determination. And, so we look forward to see our people rise and prosper. So I'll give a chance now to Mr. CJ if you're there. You're able to speak, please go ahead. And then from there, we go to Ms. Nian, and then Mr. David, thank you for your patience, and then Mr. Jacob, and going to Mr. Dominic, and then you come back later, we'll give you a chance. So go ahead, Mr. CJ.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Oh, thank you very much. So in 1 minute, please. Let me see what it is. Yeah. Hello, brothers and sisters, and Atikara, Didi, and all who are in the podiums, and including our brothers who are listening to us wherever they are. First, I pass my condolences to those who have gone to their rest. Around all these days that, people have been suffering, Equatorians have been suffering, particularly in Makwi, in Yei, as well as east and west of the Nile, eastern bank of the Niles and southern parts of the Niles and all over the country. I know the voting power, those people are working hard to get to it. So it is a task. I agree with every.
Mr. C, you don't mind if I refresh it quickly to the people who are here and those also who are listening, if it's okay? Just quick refreshment on the room. Yes, the talk, of course, the discussion is about emperors, pawns, and cons. Emperors, pawns, and cons is we are defining the situation that we are in as Equatorian in particular, but also as those who are also suffering under this tyrannical tribal regime, opportunists and political, in a way that they're using class and class, because the clowns right now, unfortunately, clowns for the purpose of those what they're doing. Like, let's go and arm people, fight and kill, and then they want to use excuses they know. So we don't want to go for, but you know what? Or they have spoken. They have the right to kind of like tell the people what to do. And then you have the pawn, they use people. And then you have the clowns, which is Equatorian, which is the Jing, who are now coming around and saying, no, we are South Sudanese. Even they would try to kind of like discourage even Equatorial to have a self-determination. So you know the rest. So go ahead, Mr. CJ. So you know. And of course, you can interpret from your side of everyone who belongs to the SPLM, and the SPLM, so look at the way how they perceive themselves. Everybody want to brag about themselves, and they have an agenda. And some of them, they want to play nationalism, but are they? And we could see every day how they are playing even worse than the dictator that is running the country. And the way how also they're even playing tribalism even worse than, the Jing Council and all that. But they have all these games that have been played. And yet the Equatorians are the only ones who are, not all of them, but few of them who are failed to recognize that there's a danger here. Because we don't want to be the clown, and we don't want to be the pawn, because the pawn are what they call expendable. They will use you and throw you out, but we are not those kind of people. So you understand, the emperors are the one who are manipulating. It's a manipulation game against Equatorian and also against those who are non-Dinka, who are now struggling to have self-determination, which is like our brother Nimeri, who are trying to self-determination, because he already explained clearly what's the situation that made him now notice and realize that South Sudan is no longer something that we can put our trust and hope in it. And I agree on that, because even I don't see South Sudan, I don't even consider myself South Sudanese. I consider myself Equatorian, a nationalist, and also demanding for my independence. So go ahead, sir. Thank you.
And looking to the situations, my main point is, when you look to the situation, the ongoing situations, at the end of the day, the evil behind all this is, of course, the regimes that all of a sudden took over. Having been rebels, all of a sudden then they went on and took over the government, the regimes, the government of the people, claiming that they are the one who liberated the country, when the fact of that is that the country has never been liberated, but rather it was voted by the people. It was the people, voice of the people, that brought it up in the referendums. So there is that kind of misunderstanding. So along the way, as you can see, they are all behind all those clowns you're talking about, and bombs and all that. At the end of the day, those are the elements. How come about that one of them is stepped into the players and took over? That's our main purpose. That's what we should analyze. That's why we say it's a Jalina Judith. The new elements, such as the General Council of Elders, who have become the architects of the regimes, or how to prepare everything. Then the result, of course, are all that who are now here. I was shocked the other day when I was visiting one of those politicians who were outside of the say that, yes, I'm with the government. But the time when it's outside the country, that make me really feel sad and sorry, and actually shocked to an extent that, that bring me to a point of what is false. Indeed, we do have all those people within our midst. As Equatorian, there's a crisis, the ongoing crisis, which is kept on hunting our people, killing our people. As says Nimeri, there's no he wouldn't appreciate. He says, of course, it's meaningless to say that there is a country that's called South Sudan, and that is true. So, all in all, it is our ultimate goal today as people of Equatoria to work hard to achieve our destiny. Which is really getting our separations by all means possible. It has to be. But above all, as you can see, day and the other, we see those people are working hard also to dismantle, to destroy us by everything in our power. Having hold the government is not something easy. When you hold the government, that means you can do any evil things, whatever you want. And today, we're looking at Young trying to establish an empire within the country of South Sudan, where the vast majority trying to eliminate the vast majority in the way, in the style that the former colonials did it in many continents. That is the situation we're now facing. So, what I used to ask myself, what I always ask myself is that, then if at all that is the way, how should we achieve our goal? It will be very difficult unless there's a coordination in between us. I know this mistrust between our three regions, which is Upper Nile and Bahr Ghazal, with all this havoc that has been established by Kir government. Yet, if you look to the big picture, you'll find that, there were people behind all this, the outsiders as well. For instance, like those who have come to our rescue at the time in 2013, 2015, peace deal, the way how they said that the peace deal is questionable. It's a partial peace deal that wouldn't have been settled in that manner. There should have been accountability. Yet, imagine putting the paper, the detailed information, the judgments in front of the criminal. Do you expect that the criminal will work through it? No, it will not. They'll try to escape it. That is why, along the way, you have seen, how that country got devastated through the establishment, first of all, through that conflict between the Dinka and Nuer, where Nuer become victimized in numbers. This tells you that, after all, they wouldn't, instead of resolving it in a way that, would have let us satisfied as people of South Sudan, unfortunately, went on giving the power to the perpetrator, the bad guy. So this is where we are today. When it comes to our oppositions, those whom you say, those have nothing. Most of them have never been there. They have tested that water, that dirty water, lead by these individuals here. What do you expect? As we have seen over time and time again, we saw them how they were trying to find their way in. If you wouldn't have talked, if people wouldn't have raised up your voice as separatists, if you wouldn't have talked, definitely those people would have been in there. So this is not an easy matter. It's something that we need. Not as Equatorians, we should stretch our hands to people like Mary and many others who are actually calling for separations, because at the end of the day, this country needs to be dismantled based on the three regions. If at all, what will happen else? We will not. That country will not stand, and it will be shameful to us to call ourselves the country for all that blood. The latest from Mogui, according to what the report that I've received from a friend of mine, imagine he was telling me serious things.
He says many of the cattle herders today in Equatoria, it was recently, that was in the 28th of the last month. Those people have come in numbers to a Magui area where they got in clash with some of the boys over there in the area. So these things are ongoing terribly, to an extent that, the burning of the houses that Brother Deng have just said a few minutes ago, that is true. It is facts and reality. Before that, there were 5,000 people who've been displaced from the area. So these things is ongoing. So could Equatoria stand to defend itself and help the situations? It looks like, the situation seems to be dire. That even the people of Equatoria is now in a hot order, that they won't be able to serve themselves, because after all, it is those who were behind what is the revitalizations, they're the one who bring us to this point. So those are the ones, and still, yet, as you've seen, as days goes, they just kept looking on us. Today, as in also with the clubhouse, you have seen them, how people have moved to clubhouse, like those young talk. They're trying to deny that, what took place based on, according to them, that it was a lie and it was wrong. Guys, indeed, if they can, if once you ask them, try to criticize the government, if you ask any one of them who are saying, don't call us Dinka, if you call them, then says, okay, you go and condemn the government, they wouldn't do it. They wouldn't even admit what is right. So it's like how people, we shouldn't have listened to them. We just leave them aside. We shouldn't have listened to them. We know who they are. We know what they are planning. Those cattle herders today in the area of Jungule, of the West Eastern Equatoria, they're the young Dinkas, boys who are now using all this work, killing people, and they've been supported by the government, the regimes. That is it. That's all. So let's not lie. If you're out there as a young, please don't lie. Try to be frank if indeed you're looking for a solution. But don't follow those elders of yours, because after all, they have spoiled us even during one Sudan. They are the one who spoiled us. So the same thing they're now playing in that country. So that shows that there will be no future. Make no mistake, whatever you claim that Equatorial will not go, we will. We will. Because there's time for everything. You can play your dirty games, but when time comes, there will be a cry and pain. Thank you, Artika, and thanks everyone. I'll end up here.
Oh, all right. Oh man, thank you so much, Mr. CJ. I appreciate you. Let's go straight to Miss Nina, and then Didi. Are you there? Yes, I hope you're there. Yeah. So Miss Nina, please go ahead. Yeah, I'm good. I connected back to the Facebook.
Sister who
I'm back.
Naya?
I'm back.
Oh yeah, you're back.
Maybe we may not convince you in any way, because of somebody who we can convince is someone who allows dialogue and actually listens to your point of view. But by the looks of things, it's talking to people that have already made up their mind, and no matter what we say, you will just still be told you're lying. But I'll go ahead and say what I want to say. First of all, one thing people need to understand is this. Brother Deng said that we've said some stuff on the other day on the meeting. But what I would say is this: once, if you accuse somebody, or you tell that this so and so said this, you have to present the evidence.
Sorry. 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 Yes, just wanted to tell you I have the recording. Someone sent it to me. So yes, I have the recording, but right now I'm trying to kind of like put some things here on the page, but it's just I'm having a hard time. But trust me, I have it. I don't know the language, but I know this is somebody who actually sent it to me. So go ahead and don't focus on Deng, please focus on what did you guys spoke there, because if you want to justify, you want to clarify that you're innocent, focus on that point. You got 5 minutes to clarify that, you know, that the accusation is wrong because you guys spoke this and this, but don't go and always just want to put your focus on one person because this guy said it. You explain yourself, because when you do that, I know what's guilty and wrong. Miss, I'll give you a chance. You're a guest. Remember, I give you all the chance, but just trying to explain to you the way you can put your point and represent your case. Go ahead, listening.
It's all right, ma'am. Yeah, you can talk, but let's not just leave Deng aside, for understand, just talk as generally. Try to
All
generally
right.
just talk.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that. All right. Okay. Let me not focus on them, but let's hope Odessa will still play the recording later on to prove the point. I'll just continue to say this. Before I came into Clubhouse, I was never the kind of a person who could be pulled into tribal politics, to have such an attachment to my tribe and present and keep defending my tribe over every day and every day. That wasn't the case. But when I arrived to Clubhouse, I found so much hate, so much painting of the Jing name almost every single day from whoever that are opposition to the government. This is what led to us coming together as Jing to respond to most of the lies that are being spread against our name. One thing people need to understand, Jing people are not synonymous to JCE, and we are not synonymous to the government. The government is the government of the country, while we are all ethnic groups of South Sudan. We may have as many people as we think in the government. That's who they are. They may not be representing everybody, but it doesn't mean that the whole tribe is part of the government. That's not what it is. And we have said this many, many times, but people never seem to understand. But that's not our fault. In the end of the day, we will still go back to the fact that the truth will remain to prevail itself. Secondly, our some brothers here talk about the issues of what has happened in 2013. We believe that 2013 is what led to the fallout of all the ethnic groups of South Sudan. It's not wrong. But if people say that, if what has happened in 2013, it may have happened mostly within Juba itself. But do people understand there was an aftermath of what happened in 2013? That there are several other Dinka people that were killed in all the cities that are where the Nuer people live in? People don't consider that. If people don't consider, do people go back to the fact that what happened back in 1991? And people don't want to understand. Every time when people bring 2013 and we talk about 1991, nobody wants to talk about that. And talking about 91, there are so many homes of the Jing of Jongole that have been closed down. Many families were killed all to the ground. There is one person that has remained in the line of those family members, but nobody wants to talk about that. The reason we bring these things up, it doesn't mean that we want to go back to all the bad things, but if we must acknowledge that some Nuer were killed, or many Nuer people were killed at that time, then also acknowledge that there were Dinka who were killed as well. And
2013 it's a revenge of 1991, or what? Do you want to verify that?
That is not what I'm saying. All lives matters. There's a life, every other life matters. Dinka life matters as much as every other life matters. You can't sit here and always complain that we have been killed or our people are being killed, and nobody notices that the Jing people are being killed almost every day. In these last 2 months alone, how many Jing people have been killed? People were killed in Jongole. Did anybody speak about that? But in the end of the day, people will be like, oh, you can suffer. The Jing can suffer because you are the people who are leading the government. Okay, if we were leading the government and we had the protection from the government, why would over 30 people die in only one part of a state alone in the Jongole? Why would that happen? Let alone every other people that are dying everywhere else. Only 2 months ago or 3 months ago, there are people who died in between the borders of Sudan and South Sudan. Why would that happen? If government indeed was the government of Jing, why would people still be dying today in bordering the Sudan and South Sudan itself? Nobody wants to look at that. It's just that bashing Jing people almost every single day, and people forgetting that we also matter, and our lives matters as well. If we talk about going out, to protest about the death let's say what Brother Mary mentioned before, what's his name, George Floyd, back then. This affects people like us who live in a white-dominated country. We also feel marginalized. We also feel the racism and discrimination. So if we go out and protest, this is because we are protecting our children as well. This is another circle of concern for us people who live in diaspora. So we can protest about that. Whatever happened in 2013 was very sensitive because people died in Juba. People went and died almost everywhere else. My own cousins, 2 cousins, son of my auntie, my mother, brothers, my father's sister died in 2013. He was killed. And then I lost another cousin as well. 2 people died in 2013. Whatever it is in that reckless ethnic war, it's not. We know who are responsible for this. We know who created it, and we know who are responsible. Why are we not blaming those people who did it? We come here and brand the whole ethnic group. That is completely wrong. When we come to talking about Jeng Nom Tok, in fact, one thing you guys need to understand is this. The foundation, the people who found Jeng Nom Tok were children. These are young kids. One of them was born in Kakuma. Another one was born here in Australia. These are kids, young children who are in the early 20s and their late 20s. They are the founders of Jeng Nom Tok until we came and joined.
Just a reminder, you got like 1 minute left.
So these children formed this because they've realized the sensitivity of their entire ethnic group being branded and being creating lies and spewing hate towards the whole entire ethnic group. These are children that came and formed Jeng Nom Tok. Why has it become a threat that if Dinka come together and form their own platform like Jeng Nom Tok, why is it a threat to people? Equatorial have their own platform. Monyomiji have their own platform. Cholo has their own platform. Nuer has their own platform. Why is Jeng platform a threat to people? Why is it wrong if we come together and as a group form our own platform and address our issues, whether social or political, or is it a threat to people? Why is it a threat? Does it mean that the Jeng, when we talk about being the entire Jeng are dominating and want to wipe out the entire ethnic group of South Sudan, that is wrong because by the looks of it, it's many people that are coming together to actually want to wipe out the Jeng people. But believe me or not, and when we say this, you go and misconstrue it. When you plan things or you plan hate towards an ethnic group, just know that it will be met every now and then. Brother Deng, just last time in Emmanuel Ajawin room, he said that we will revenge 2013. We will revenge 2013. I heard it. I was there on the platform, and it was condemned by many people. Okay, if you talk about
time's up, Miss. You extended.
Up. So it says that I'm going to be our checha, meaning that a lion who screams out during the day, let's say, for example, will not be able to, let's say, eat or kill a human being at night. By saying that at that time, I would say this: if you think you can come together,
think in 1 minute, if she can just wrap up.
All right, thank you. So if you come together and create this unity against the Jeng, only the Jeng ethnic group itself, what makes you think we cannot also come together as ourselves and be prepared? Whether it's lies, we will sit and refute it. Whether it's hate, we will also respond. Whether it's even violence, we will also respond. What is wrong by you guys thinking that you can spread the hate and we cannot sit together and respond to you guys? I believe everything that has been done on Clubhouse by Jeng Nom Tok is a response to the hate that's being spewed from you guys. And believe me or not, I have never wanted to be aligning myself to my ethnic group by this level of hate that you guys are spreading. I am not going to sit here and listen every day to this kind of hate and lies. No, I will respond whichever way I like. And to tell you this, there is no way Jeng can ever come together and come and contribute money to go and buy arms. We all live in countries that have a contribution to the human rights. Raising money in Australia for the fact that we're going to buy arms, let's say, for example, to arm our people to kill others, that is wrong. And if you people do it, that is.
Thank you. Well, you spoke from your heart, and I'm like shocked. You hear it, guys. You heard it all. Yeah. I just go ahead, Didi, and then I want to put a comment, and then we can give, because make sure I have a time limitation, guys. I'm not going to go far, and then those who are wanting to come up, there's one guy. We might give you a chance, but just wait. Yeah, go ahead. Ask question.
Because we got some people who have not spoken, it
Ma'am,
will take
excuse
more
me.
time.
There's one thing that I wanted to
Because you
correct.
said it's only 1 hour or something. I don't know. Did you mention the timing or?
Yes, 1 hour.
Okay, maybe we can go to the people who have not spoken, and then we can ask.
No, you can ask the question as long as the question is going to be, the answer is going to be brief if there is. But just ask the question, no problem. Even we can continue because this thing is going to be continually. But ask the question because I know she spoke, and I'm even like really just I don't know what to say. But go ahead, you ask your question, please. Go ahead.
What baffled me is like when she begin to level of defense, like sister, when you're giving all this defense, with all the respect, my question to you is, what has 1991 got to do with Equatoria, and what has all this beef from all this tribal war has to do with Equatoria? Why occupying Equatoria and why trying to conquer Equatoria? What is removing you guys? Because the issue is, it's not Equatorians finding themselves in your region, but it's you finding yourself in Equatoria. You guys keep asking the question that if Equatoria wants to separate, who do they want to take it from? Why can't you just separate? But the issue here, if today you don't want somebody in your house, you put a notice up. It's not Equatoria within South Sudan. If South Sudan is within Equatoria, it's you in Equatoria. It's you now in Magui and everywhere.
Thank you.
Walking around with ammunition, with big weapons. It's you finding yourself over there, homeless out of your home, but within Equatoria. So,
all right,
what does 1991 has to do with Equatoria?
Yeah, 1991.
Hold on. Sorry, hold on. Just quick with CJ. Can you add the question that you want to say so she can answer it, and so we can go ahead to the next person because we don't want to prolong Q&A on one person. Please go ahead quickly if possible.
There's one thing that I wanted to remind folks is remember that that is not a government. You kept on saying government. That is not a government. Those people have hijacked the government, the regime, the government of the people. So this is you need to alert it. Leave alone that Kiir, leave alone that he's a Dinka. By the time when these conflicts happens, he was supposed to treat people in equal manner, treat them as brothers and sisters, as his children. It's unfortunate he went on bringing foreign troops to come and go after one tribe. That's totally unacceptable. This is something that you shouldn't support. Leave alone that today as we're talking, you're free. You have more many privilege than me. You can go to the country as you like. You can have that identity and everything. We have no constitution at this particular. We don't have constitution in that country. The constitution has been written by one individual, just only specially to Kiir. The guy has passed away. The guy by name. Look, the flags, the money, all these things. If indeed you believe that we were one people, we fought for that country. People like you wouldn't have say go behind or if you want to make mistake, you don't have to be full as well and made a mistake. You should come and comfort me the way how we're talking now. That is the healthy way that we can be able to reach a goal point. When I say this country has to go back to square one, which is separations, what you mean here is that what do you mean is that this country, because we were being brought together, as says Nimeri, remember that we have every one of us face language, tradition, heritage, and everything. So we are different than each other. So we were being collectively being brought together by the colonials. So when I say if I wanted to go out because of occupations, that
are you asking a question, CJ?
Miss, hold on a second. He's a moderator. I just want to remind you, CJ, because we have 1 hour minute at time limitation. So ask a question. And Miss Nina, we're giving you the chance to respond, but please don't give us attitude, with all respect, okay?
How do you explain yourself Dinka?
I'm sorry.
And say nobody should have go after us. Nobody should talk about us. It seems to be silent me. How do you explain yourself over all these havoc that's going on, that chaos that's going on in the country? Are we having a country, or are we having a terrorist that are like ISIS, who are trying to eliminate people? How do you explain yourself? Thank you.
All right. Let me try to respond in 2 minutes. I'll answer first question to my sister Didi, who asked that what has 1991 got to do with Equatoria? Okay. In 1991, the Dinka of Jongole, Yang Jongole were killed and they were displaced by the Nuer. That's where they came to Equatoria. That's one thing. Secondly, you have Nuer brothers here on this platform, so which means both of you are having the same goal, and that is why we bring up the issue of 1991. When people talk about this issue of Dinka occupying the Equatorian lands or whatever, I hope you have listened to what his name, Michael McQueen read. Was it yesterday or 2 days ago when he said something? You haven't listened, maybe you need to go back and listen to what he said. He's a government official and he has advised his people accordingly. When we go back and talk about whatever the government of South Sudan by CJ, that it's not a government, well, what I'll say is this. At this point, I know you may think that I'm defending the government, but the government of South Sudan has been recognized worldwide. It's recognized almost everywhere in the country, in the world itself. It's made up of all the states plus the administrative areas, as you have said before. So if we think that it's not a government, or you think that it's not a government, well, that is your opinion. All right, if we come back talking about all the atrocities that are happening in the country, let's think about this. In November, my homeland where my father was born, was attacked by Nuer Mayom, Nuer Bull, and that's not the first time. There are always nearly 3 attacks almost every year. My people get displaced from the border of Apuk, bordering Nuer Mayom, towards the middle. My grandmother, the mother of my father, moved to a different place, and their home has been occupied by the Nuer themselves because it's a land that has water in it, and they had to come over, displacing people to graze their cows, and have access to the water itself. So now, when we come back and talk about this today, let me talk about my own experience. Right now, I'm writing a letter, myself, like my brothers that live here in diaspora with us. We are writing a letter to the government. Which government? The state government of Warab. To Alena Yang, we are writing a letter to him, and to the letter we CC in the president himself, and all our MPs, to ask that where is the security in the border of Apuk and Nuer? We need security in the border of Apuk of Nuer. And that is not only it. The Nuer Boot itself attacked Fitmayadi. In last year alone, almost some homes were closed down in Fitmayadi, killed by the Nuer Boot themselves. If we talk about the atrocities, almost every other citizen of South Sudan feels the atrocities that are happening within the country. If we want to call upon our government, hold them accountable for all these are happening, then we all must hold them together. It's not only one person's choice. It doesn't mean that if SPLM is my party, then I will just defend it. No, I know what it means to hold my government accountable, to bring the services, to take the services to the government, to bring security to the people within the country. I know what to do. I live in Australia, I'm a Labour Party. If there is anything wrong with my Labour Party or there are no services, I will hold my government accountable. So again, why can't we hold them accountable together? Why must people keep singing that people are dying almost everywhere else and Jing is trying to dominate? Jing within a month has in the last 2 months only. This is March. In the last 3 months, this is March now. Over 60 Jing people have died. They've died in Rumbek. They have died in Bor. They have died in the Nuer bordering my home. They have died almost on the roads. How many Jing people have died? Tell me how many Equatorians have died in the last couple of days only. How many? Tell me that. So we come together as all citizens of the country to hold our government accountable. By me saying that we want to give our government a chance to do things right doesn't mean I'm defending the government. No, that is not the thing. So if you want to think that Jing is synonymous with the...
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Your time is up. Your time is up, please. Thank you. Thank you. Well, first of all, so I can give a chance to this. You're talking about this government recognized by the world. Who's the world? It wasn't, the regime. Hold on. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Just hold on, because I have only 1 hour and I'm not gonna go far from that. So because we were trying to talk about this, and then they had to put question. It's very important. We need to ask this question for a purpose of people to be aware, because there is so many misinformation, disinformation, and plus these guys believe that they're doing the right thing. And when I hear it, it shows me what type of mentality we're dealing with and what type of country we're dealing with. But regardless of that, because I have a lot, and this topic was supposed to be earlier, but there is some issues technical. It's about the emperors, pawns, and clowns, and this is exactly what we are talking about, and we will define it. But let's go, and please, guys, for person and Didi, please make sure you put the timing 5 minutes, 5 minutes. Let's go with Mr. David, and then from there we go to Jacob, and then go to Dominic, and keep it low, and then Wall. So please go ahead, Mr. David. You got 5 minutes, and Didi, please time it, and make sure you put your notes. We will kind of like cover up the last things with our, final thoughts in this. Unfortunately, because the time is running out, so it's 12:18 here. Go ahead. Yes, sir. CJ, okay, because we want to give Mr. David a chance. Go ahead, say what you want quickly, please.
Man, remember that's not a government. A government who cannot kill his people. Government cannot displace 2 million people, man. You would have remember. Try to check up what you have said. The truth of the matter is that there's no government over there. You can hold the deed, understand? You can hold the deed, but you're not the owner. You understand? So as you are looking at today, the United Nations, the way how things are going in Africa, the way how they are eliminating Africa. I mean, we're now almost like the former colonials, the slavery time where people are in a cage. We're now almost in a cage, and he's still saying that that's a government. That's not a government, man. Wake up.
Should I respond?
Okay, guys, hold on a second.
Yeah,
sorry, I hate this. Asmani, Anna, I'm trying to control the mic over here and the stage in the studio. So, but just one thing, Mr. CJ, I said let's put as a moderators our final thoughts. Okay, let's put our final thoughts. Miss Nin, please hold on. Mic, mute your mic, ma'am. Yeah. So we're going to the raw. So we're going to give everybody who did not speak a chance. So then later, as a moderators, we finalize our thoughts in that point. Ms. Nin, you have spoken enough. We gave you enough time, even questions, and we got you there. So Mr. David, please go ahead. Didi, make sure, please, you have time the 5 minute. When 5 minute comes up, you only got 30 seconds to finalize if there is last minute to say addition to the five. Is it 5 minutes? Yeah, 5 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Yep, I'm timing. David, you go.
Okay, thank you.
Auditors and moderators. I have become very interested in the two speeches, the speech of Brother Dan. So I have a question for him. And another speaker earlier, I will just make a comment. Brother Dan, if you are here, you are listening, I have a question for you. The name of the Minister of Information in the government of South Sudan is Makwelwet. You said earlier that you understand Tongmonjang, Tongjiang. What is the meaning of Luet?
Go ahead.
Okay, that was my point, because you misinterpret Tongmonjang. And another Nuer general who thinks he understands Tongmonjang also said this before. I heard him saying, Luet means kizip. Luet dema kizip. Luet the buzak, it is a saliva or a spit. The blessing in our culture, the blessing is spit. That all people.
Excuse me, sir. Hold on, Didi. Can you stop the minute? I just want to say, Mr. David, we're not here for dictionary lessons. You can, if you have a point, please go ahead to the point, because timing is running out, and we're not here to correct who knows better Dinka language or not, because Mr. Deng already explained himself clear, and we don't have to go there, because it's not like who knows best in the dictionary. Please just go ahead to the point. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, Luat is like a long E, and Luat is short E. Luat is the kidip. Okay, I'll go to my comment.
Wait,
my comment.
How do you call kidip? How do you call liar in your language in Dinka, please?
We call it Luat, but that is Luat. So it's different. You guys who are listening here, go and search that, if I am lying here. Okay, let me go, because I'm running out of time. let me go to my minute, 1 minute and 33 seconds. Okay, let me to go to my comment. It is an earlier comment about because these say emperors or something like that. It's about the Dinka domination that you presume that Dinka are dominating South Sudan, and you are comparing them with the Northern Sudanese. No. I know this is your propaganda, and it's not fair and it's not correct, because let me make a short comparison. During the domination of the Arab in Sudan, they call the country is the Arab country. It was in the law, and the language was said Arabic is the language of the country. That was by law, you know. And also, if you come to power, the ministers, there are some ministries that no one apart from the dominant group, the Arab group, those who call themselves Arabs, that can hold those positions. South Sudanese never allowed to be a vice president. The South Sudanese was never allowed to be a president. The South Sudanese was never allowed to be a foreign minister until CCPA. And South Sudanese were never allowed to be a minister of defense. You know? So if you compare, but that is not the case in South Sudan. That is number one. Number two, Addis Ababa agreement. Abelalier was not elected by Monjang, was not brought by Monjang, was brought by Nemeri by power. You know. Also, the only times Lago and Tumbra and others became leaders of South Sudan, they achieved that through political alliances with Jiang and Nuer and others. You know, it was not something that they come out of nowhere. They made alliances many times. Joseph Lago came, Abdeliar came, Tumbra came, Abdallah Rasas came. All these people, they made political alliances with young politicians in parties. They have two main parties, Sano and Jabha, our Southern Front. So these two parties, they were divided two parties. And also there was a Ittihad Shiraki of Nimeri. But when they do their politics, they did their politics, you know, making alliances based on this. So your allegation.
David, nobody knows all about this. They all.
No, he got 1 minute left.
Mr. Keep it low. Please do not interject. I repeated to you last time. You keep your time until you get your chance. Please let Mr. David finish. He got 1 minute left. Go ahead, and keep it low. Please be quiet. Just let that. I'm sorry to say be quiet, but I said let him finish first, please. Thank you.
Thank you. So what is happening here is propaganda. People exaggerate things. Money falls over, and people, because when people are divided, every party have their own truth. You know, so you have your own truth. You say this is not a government, and then other people think this is a government, regardless whether it is a successful government or failed government. Yeah, but it is a government based on the opinion of other people, and your partisan opinion is that this, you know. So that is what is happening. So I'm not bothered when you exaggerate things, when you complain about the death of these people or that people, and you don't complain about the others. So even these fightings that are happening around South Sudan, you know, I give you an example. They are just practical.
30 seconds, sir. 30 seconds.
They take cows because, like, for example, in our northern region in Rumbek, northern Rumbek, the Pakam people, they fight Nuer, they fight Gog, which are young section, and they fight Luanjang, which are young section. They fight two young sections, and they fight Nuer at the same time. Neighbors that are fighting, it's not young never mobilize their whole forces from all Bargazal to Rumbek to.
Thank you. This is a propaganda. Thank you, sir. I see you speeding up. with excitement and passion. Well, this is the propaganda sound. But no. Thank you. Yeah, I know. But thank you. But hey, listen. You guys will never tell the truth. Have you ever seen Wolf tell the sheep that he's actually in the wrong side? I don't think so. Okay, thank you, sir. Listen, I would love to see your propaganda. Asma, hey, listen, hold on. I gave you a time now. It's the only thing I'm daring you guys. If you really think we are propagandists, I yeah, I dare them. Those guys who are now telling us we are propagandists. I dare you to bring your old people that you brought them in your Jing Nam talk, bring them up here. We will have questions for them. If you guys believe that you guys are really not having a conspiracy against Equatorian and against the people who voted for this nation, the 60, I'd say 62 tribes that voted, even though we are for separation as Equatorian nationalists, but you guys, I know you will not even dare because you guys hold these guys as gods to you. But to us, these people are criminals and we will prosecute them. So I don't want to go far. You call me propagandist you want, but I promise you this: Equatoria will be a nation. You want it or not, you figure out where you come from because I'm still trying to figure out, Dinka, where you belong. You say Bahar Ghazal Bitag, you say Apanal Bitag. I don't know. You guys need to figure out what town because I bet you when those other regions begin to declare their own, territorial rights, Dinka will have a problem there. And I know that's why you're scared. You try to threat Equatoria not to separate, but we will separate regardless you want it or not. Miss Nina, I gave you a chance, please. Yeah. Okay, hold on. All right, I'm a propagandist. Thank you. I know you guys, you don't like the truth, or you're gonna come up here and insult us. But I dare you, if you guys have that bravery, bring us up in your forums and don't drop us down like you do when you get heat debate. You feel like Tatla Burkoi Tali that you want to fight us, but it's okay. I don't want to fight. Let's go to the next person, Mr. Jacob. Please go ahead, and then I go to Mr. Dominic, and then keep it low, and then Wall. Go ahead, Mr. Jacob, please.
Yeah, thank you, Edika, Didi, and
You're welcome, Jacob was looking for you.
Okay, I will drop myself now.
Yeah, brother Makalas Kifaya, the what? Yeah, you come
No, I will drop myself. Don't worry.
Contribute your ideas. Yeah, maybe I will.
Asma, Allah no mushkila. Go ahead, Mr. Jacob. Okay, Mr. David, thank you for coming. Thank you. All right, go ahead, Mr. David. Mr. Jacob, sorry.
Thank you so much for speaking your mind. And let me say hi to the rest of my colleagues in the States and the people down there. Sincerely, Didi and Atika and the rest of the moderators down there, the topic is exactly explaining the era of the colonization. We are now, Equatorian was now in the era of colonization. How do we expect that these people will come with that era of colonization? First of all, when the colonizers come to us, they come with absolute power, military power in their hand, economical power in their hand, and then and executive power in their hand. They come and establish the administration with the power of guns, economic in their hand. They have money. So what left out to describe these people as the colonizers? Exactly. When we see the executive powers, it's in their hand. When you see the economical powers, it's in their hand. When you see the military powers, it's in their hand. So first of all, let me pay condolences to those who lost their life wherever in any corner of South Sudan. But it is not in vain. That is the plan to kill the people by the government. And then a couple of the days back, when the community leader of Bor came here, that is the point of justification. Let those of Mr. May hear David hear this very well. He come and accuse the National Salvation Front of that killing. We are not, we don't have a base there. This is not true. And now they are calling the government to support them because the National Salvation Front is a movement killing the civilian, the Dinka. See this propaganda? So they got to be supported by the government, and the government sending troops now, and then you heard from the classified statement from them that village is burned down there. You see this scenario? You just break it, they stand up, and these people will come here in this show where we expressing our mind, we expressing our ideas together, and they come to control us. By then, these people here, they come to hijack our thought, not to focus on what exactly. They just come to verify things, and then let us fail to focus on what we want to do. And then by then, also I blame some of the brothers, particularly Young Osan. Because when you want to do things, you do things in your close door. So now the victim of Magudia, they pay the price because of their brand. But if you want to do things, you're using the close door. And then these people now, they already, Nazi nini lusila, why is any the wala la to do? What at least they mobilize to buy the gun already people with the gun in their hands. You victimize the people down there. You know, these atrocities because of authorization of the words out. You condemn your brothers, you it a begin you want to make yourself popular with regard. It's really very shameful to us. That is why those in the road are dead. You are talking here, but the price may be paid by people down there. Nowadays, the time now described in the innocent life, we pay down there because of this authorization here of the words without control. But we are defending ourselves. You come to our ancestral land and do whatever you want to do, looting, killing, what? Even if I took the Hajar, best Hajar, I can install me with the Hajar and the way of defending myself. It's a legitimate right of defending myself. That's the wrong of our brothers. We don't go and dealing in the newspaper, out in the media. We don't need that. We don't need to go and sell in the newspaper. If you want to defend yourself, you just get the way of defending yourself without telling anybody that I'm going to defend myself. Who are you going to tell that you are going to defend yourself? That's totally wrong. Let us change our strategies, you know, because we are really paying the price. Those who are now victims because of our authorization of the thing outside there. And thank you, Ding Dong, because that is the classified institution there. Idea come out from Kingdom. Those of and as Mr. May, they come here just to conquer our mind, the way we are thinking. This come to conquer the way we are thinking, you know, so that we cannot focus on exactly what we want to do, you know. And then essentially, sometimes in the video of John Oshan, they do the same. I love you, you really, you don't know that you are conquered. They conquer your mind, Halas. You do not think about what you want to focus on. They just come to confuse you and then putting things in the generation and other kind of thing and things fall apart. So, brothers, let me not prolong my speech because many people waiting down there and the time factor also. So, let us be a strategic people. And Kalama go to somebody, the Rema beside. And then these people now, they put any allegation to the NAS at the same time, they want to get support from the government. What support of the government? My government is applying into my guns and ammunition through the resources of the nation. What do you want to verify? We do not see that. Is it the community? But we buy that gun for these cattle keepers going with the sophisticated gun? Are they the one who buy that gun? That was sent by the government. Ammunition was sent by the government. And then when the Dinga and Masala is stored and dead, and then all the media come out, well, I think that we are doing the security of the nation. How many non-thinkers were being killed? Do you want to tell us that Dinga matters? Ma Ebalena? So sorry for taking your time, article. Thank you so much for giving the opportunity. So I have
No,
to end
you're
here.
right on the time. You're right on the time. So yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Hold on a second. Thank you. Sorry, I just want to say something. I'll give Brother Dominic. Sorry, I know you're there, and I thank you so much, Mr. Jacob, or Uncle Jacob, or Brother Jacob, for your real remarks. And I agree with you 100% is everything you said. In particular, like and just want you to remind you something, guys. As someone like the character that you just mentioned earlier, that guy, to me, I'll be honest, is just simply, I'm sorry, it's not an insult, but he's a bipolar. A bipolar always just utter nonsense, does not make any point, no any sense. And for us to even waste our time to be around such person who cannot bring any solution, but just something to instigate a division among Equatorians. Even there is some very disturbing things he was trying to create. And we tell him and let his parties who work with him to remind him something. Equatoria are united. Equatoria are going to be united. Equatoria will be a nation. They can mock us. They can laugh at us. They say, oh, you guys, where are you going to have your passport? Trust me. This nation of Equatoria will be. And the day it will be, there will be some people who are going to wail. You know what mean wail? They will cry the day that they said, I wish I'd done the right thing. Because everybody, when they do wrong, they don't know that they're doing wrong until judgment comes. And that judgment will be when Equatorial become a nation. Let them laugh, let them mock. But the blood of our ancestors and the blood of those people who are dying right now, if they have a conscience, let them repent. If they don't, let them wait and see their judgment when we become a nation. Because these people will never put their feet again in Equatoria. I promise you this. Let's go forward to the next person because they can laugh. And those mentally people who are talking nonsense, let them talk. They will talk their nonsense. They don't have any clue. They cannot even give anything to the community. Nonetheless, they are just talking, blabbering all garbage in their mouths that have nothing to bring. Only they want to divide. I'm from this area, I'm from this area. We are all greater Equatorian. There's nothing called East, West, or Central. If you don't comprehend that meaning, you don't understand the sacrifice of our ancestors, you don't see the suffering that our people are getting through, no common sense, and you're not even fit to be called a sane person. Instead, you be called insane and mentally disabled. You need to go to a mental hospital where they can fix your mind, and maybe you can comprehend civility in this world. So let's go ahead. This is my responsibility to say this word. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Dominic. Sorry, I took your time.
Yeah, thank you, the moderators
of this room. And let me, from the onset, thank Dang Tong for the words he has said. And the last word, and I wanted to thank also James, because James ita guta haja muhimu. وانت برضك this you أنه من ثمارهم تعرفونهم, from their fruits you will know who they are. ولا ita guta kalam ya James أنه العقل الباطني يعني قد تكون ما ظاهر, لكن what is in the subconscious brain is actually the one directing these people. Deng, it was for the same reason. We came on Sunday to come and debunk the Boer Youth Chairman who decided to issue a letter accusing the National Salvation Front. You people know my political color. That one I will never hide it. And it was for the same reason that very night, forces were dispatched from Juba. Now we got the intel. And even yesterday I was talking, there's already some cows coming from Moli. These people are not just here in Agoro, up to a Wingable, Tabtar Kalam de Kwesi, Tabtar Mahalad del Kwesi Dento. Even they are going up to the mountains, Painak, and that is an expansionist plan. These are some of the things that are happening. But my problem is that our brothers, the Dinka, have a selective recognition of killing. If there are other people dying, they will not talk about it. They will all go mute about it. But when the Dinkas are the one dying, they will come and make a cloud of noise as if it is only the Dinka life that is matters. This is what baffles my mind. Unless you stop these selective recognitions of killing, people will continue to confront you in the same manner. Because this is what happened in the areas of Agoro. People in the Agoro area were being killed. They were being harassed on daily and routine. But they don't say it. And what they will come and say is a propaganda, And of course, I don't get surprised, because they were an exact train of the likes of Aldo Ajodeng and the likes of Joshua Doe, because these are the elders. Have you ever found that or seen that these people are talking the truth? No. Even when they were confronted by their very words. When Niselaman Dandara confronted Aldo Ajodeng about the voice, he said, I might have said it. No, this is not a might. You say that thing. Itagutu. And not only that, when we come and talk about the book of Dr. Carol Berger and that its manifestation is on the ground, they will say, no, it's a propaganda from this lady and she's a lazy and a loose. These are the kinds of words
And so what will you expect from these guys? They will also come and do the same because they are products. Min simarahum ta'rifunahum. That is exactly what you have said. Now, what has happened? You know, even when the Minister of Information of Eastern Equatoria has come and said that there were no National Salvation Front in this area, even when Lobong himself, because they don't even understand the implications of these things to the government. And I know they will come and say the government has lied. Now what they were saying, oh, you see, these people are going out. They're already told to go out. And now when they were going out, you went and killed them. No. They went and killed the people. And when the people moved, because you know, and they were informed also. You know, when people read such kind of letters that you are asking the army to come and support you, because these are National Salvation Front, the ramification is there. That is why you saw that there were burnings. And when people talk of the burning, they will say, no, you kill us. Just look at what this lady was saying. Now, if people killed in 1991, you know, and you come and bring these things in 2013, when you are asked that this is a revenge, then they will say, no, we are not meaning that. But this was what Salva Kiir said. And we were in Juba. He said he will never allow 1991 to repeat itself. And the rest was history. A lot of Nuer were killed. And the Nuers were killed when we were already a republic. When the Nuers have already voted for this country also to become an independent country. You know, and they talk about the aftermath. The aftermath of this 2013 has proved that Equatorians has died even more than any other communities. Even 2 days ago, there were people killed in Lanya. You know, the pictures are there flying. But people will not come and cry about these things and make a cloud of noise. Does it mean that the lives of these people doesn't matter? No, it matters. But the thing is that you will come and use the government. And when we are saying that the government is a domination of the Dinka, you will come and say, no, this is a lie. You're lying. You're lying. Look at the ministerial, look at the parastatals. Look at this Nile pet. When some of us are geologists, we couldn't even work there. You know, does it mean that, you know, they are the only people who have the knowledge? No. But this is the plan of the JC. And when we talk about it, say, these are just 45 people. The National Islamic Front عنده حاجة اسمه مجلس الأربعين. المجلس الأربعين ده ساطر على الدولة ده كله. This is what we are trying to say. Anyway, what I keep on saying is that it has come evidently clear that with these propaganda machines of these guys, you will never get anything from them, no matter what you debate with them. And I'm also now aware, you know, because of this kind of behavior. Lest we respect ourselves. And we were telling these people that we're a political organizations. We don't get into this, you know, tribal, you know, fantasia. We don't get into it. But you see, even why Michael McQuay came and talked these things. And I salute Waniga from here. Because in that meeting, at funeral dark, Waniga spoke that he wanted these people to go by Monday. It is good that we didn't accuse Waniga. And I'm afraid they are going to say it was Waniga who's even sent the bullets. They would have said these things. But because that was Waniga, you know, and that is what we keep on telling our people, that Itunas Waniga, you cannot leave your people to be battered like that. And our people come and talk, no, our country. When you are talking to a fellow countrymen, that this is my country, what does it mean? You know? Oh, we fought this war. Who did not fight this war among these Equatorians? The Faratit. the Sholo. For some of us who are coming from Equatoria, I come from Papa 91 or Papa Mogali, and some of you, the SPLA would like to call. That is my ancestral land. And we have repeatedly talked to the Dinkabor. Yakwana, we wanted to come back to our villages, but they will threaten people with the gun. Am Shijib del Dam. Does it mean that for people is cowards? So this attitude must stop. If you don't stop, you are transforming these people to become agitators so that they can fight their rights. And I said this before, that if you are running from the Murle, because you think the Murle are disturbing your livelihood, and when you form the KB, the new Corium division, because you wanted to protect the land, what will stop these people in Equatoria here to also do the same and protect their livelihood? But let us all agree that we have this country together, or let this country go to hell. You are running and you are coming to disrupt the livelihood. The other day was, the Nas people are celebrating with their hand up. This is what they have achieved. We say this is a symbol, but at our we are Nas power. The people is our power, and we told them that we have a celebration. We are celebrating our 5th anniversary in the month, in this coming month. And this is the propaganda machine that they were trying to say. Do you think people will believe you? No. It's so very old enough to believe this crap. Not now, because the period of the SPLM we have lived it. Even some of us who are born in the mid 70s, we all know what is happening now. You think you will come and lie to us about the history of this country? And when we have sit and also talked with these people, you bring your elders. Do you think that our elders with Equatorial, they operate like you? They don't operate like you. That is why the likes of Barnaba, the likes of these elders of Equatorial, Nasanjilobade told your Gen Council of Elders that if you wanted to come, you come and meet us as a region and not as a tribe. That is what we're trying to say. But this attitude of selective, recognitions of killing that, if you don't stop it, people will be confronted. You will be confronted with these things. So that I don't take much of your time, my brother, and I'll have to stop here, knowingly that, whatever has happened in this area, is true. They will come and say, oh, like them talking, you are standing with this Equatorian. Oh, Numeri, you are standing with this Equatorian. But the truth is the truth. Just as they were telling us the other day, why are you standing with the people of Abyei? Why are you dipping your nose in the people of Abyei? But these are South Sudanese. Somebody like me who is a political organization that's having a national agenda. What will I say to Yan Matthew, General Yan Matthew, General Faiz Fotur, Brother Romot, Okelo, who are with us in the same organization, if I will wanted to separate Equatoria, for example? That is why we were saying in our political quest, and we don't even care what you call us. You call us Equatorian separatists, you call us what? Our conviction is that we wanted a new political dispensation in this country. We are and our colleagues in Soma, because of the same fact that if we don't put this country right, even in our respective countries, if you separate, the Royal North become a Royal North, the Equatorial becomes the Equatorial, the Cholo Kingdom becomes the Cholo Kingdom. If you don't administrate this country in a justice and accountability and the rule of law and the respect of human beings, that country will also not be stable. Do we want to make it stable now? Can we not do it? Yes, we can do.
nobody our sons people who are for system seekers, and how are we gonna solve that? How? That's my question. How are we solve that for the position seekers, people who are looking for the position, and we all know that you are in America, you are in Canada, you are in where that those people who are in South Sudan, they are called position seekers. They are looking for position, and how we gonna how we gonna eliminate them from position? They how we gonna take them away from position is 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 let's go for election. That's the only way. That's the only way we can take them away from where they are, and we can uh, that every country that's how they go. But for us South Sudanese to go to the bush and killing innocent civilian. Is that the way we want? Innocent civilian, they don't know what they're doing. They are just calculating in the fund, and you go kill them like what Thomas Shiri is doing. Is that what we need? That's not, we don't need that. We don't need that. We have to refrain from that. That's not good. That's not good. We're killing ourselves. We're killing ourselves for no reason. For no reason. When we fight the Arab, not Arab, the النظام النظام بتاع Khartoum, we fight them because we have a reason to fight them. So why are we fighting ourselves? Why? We fight ourselves right now because for the mansab بالعربي بيقولوا mansab, for the position. So that's what we need. So how long are we gonna fight them ourselves for? That's my question. How long are we gonna fight ourselves?
Thank you. We hear
And
your
how long?
question.
And how long? Yeah. And
Thank
how
you.
long
We,
are
we
we
hear
stop?
your question. Thank you.
Yeah. And how long? And how long are we stop? We going to stop the rebellions? How long are we going to stop the rebellion? Thank you.
Alrighty.
Didi, let me catch you. We give Uncle the floor. Let Uncle liberate what he come up with. Uncle, you're highly welcome. You can say.
Yes.
Yeah, shukran Deng, Didi, Adasius, James, CG. يعني واخرين زمن بيمشي عشان ننادي كل واحد واحد. معلش يعني نشكركم في هذا المنبر. يعني انا ما موجود ما سمعت انه شنو قالوا وينو النقاط الرئيسيه اللي المفروض الناس بيطلع فيه وكده، لكن انا بمسك من برادة بداية اللي يتكلم هسه ده. يعني انا بمسك في حاجتين. يمكن دور الثاني لو انا داير بيكون انا استفدت من الاخوه الودع اراء بتاعهم في التوبيك. خلينا نبدا من برادة بتاعي اللي يتكلم هسه انه في نقطتين.
Do you want me, Uncle Sylvia? Do you want me to kind of like let me refresh the room quickly for you and for those who just came in? Yes, okay. Let me refresh the room. The topic is about emperors, pawns, and clowns. One, we're talking about the politics of manipulation that is going on the Equatorian in particular, and also those non-Dinka who are living under this tyrannical tribal regime. What is going on in شايفين في emperors. Today the emperors have evolved. You know, طبعا not emperor is a king or somebody who's one man leadership. Today we see the emperors are politicians who are manipulating, and every emperor has his own what you call his own agenda, and some of these agenda are very very critical and dangerous and serious in the same time, by mean that this agenda has like a plan of conspiracy against the people who voted for the country. And for us as Equatorian, we have seen we've been treated as the clowns because some of our so-called, you know, either intellectuals or leaders, whoever you want to put them in there, have put us as the clowns, while you see the emperors, the manipulative emperors, are using their tactic to use their pawns. And you could see today the pawns in front of us earlier. They come up and they throw they believe that, you know, it's a propaganda, but they call us, we are the propagandists, when we are not afraid to be around them and to speak with them and challenge them, but they would not allow it. They brought their leaders last time, the Jin Council, Aldo John, all these guys in front of us, and they were talking about trying to say no, you know, they were trying to disprove Carol, but unfortunately it backfired on them because they could not disprove Carol with all their PhD. They tried to say this Carol, even the way they did put her in a demeanor way, like she's nobody, she's lazy. I mean, the way it was derogatory and also sexist in the same time. It was very insulting. And then you see also they were trying to dismiss all the things that was accusation that has been put on front of the Dinka, that they are part of the chaos in South Sudan and also the regime belong to them. So they all played these games, and the emperors, of course, politicians are also, even though I have to be honest, with all respect to my brothers and sisters, you know, in the oppositions, if it is in or out, most of the oppositions, for us as a non-Equatorian, if there is no non-Equatorian oppositions who are standing up, they all stand up with like making Equatorial to be a clown. And then they will use some tactics. And I've seen it even recently. And we have to be clear. Like, I'm not afraid to say it. Like, you know, we go to Edward's show sometime, we talk. You know, I'm not here to attack him, but the way how he conduct his program, it shows clearly he has a hidden agenda. And his agenda is clearly for a purpose. It's almost what we call it propaganda. If he's not a propagandist, he need to let people to speak freely, and he can challenge that thoughts without being intimidated, without being offended, without even blocking people or dropping people as if we're the. I know that he does not, but if he did, that'd be not right, because it is not the democratic way. And then you see those emperors are rising up, while some people are used pawns, and then Equatorians are becoming the clowns. And some Equatorians, they are comfortable being clowns by saying we are all together, when you know the other guy don't even acknowledge you. He doesn't even say you're mine, you know. But when we talk about Equatoria, they begin to say, oh, no, we can't do this because we are all one. This is division. So I don't want to go far. You know what I mean? Please go ahead, Uncle Silvio, because you know this thing is sensitive for some others, but we are not afraid to turn the rocks down, like left and right and whatever, and the bottom to the top, because everything have to be unturned to find a solution. But for us as Equatorian separatists, like they call us Equatorian separatists, but Equatorian nationalists, we are for independence of Equatoria, and there is no return back to that. And it's going to be on the people, by the people, for the people. So go ahead, Uncle Silvio. Thank you. I hope I didn't take your time. Thank you.
Yeah, شكرا. This is يعني انت عارف يعني كتير بيتقال في سياسه جنوب السودان، even في توفيق ولا في كل شرح اللي تتكلمت ده، كتير منه بيتقال. يعني انت بتبدا من وين وتنتهي من وين، لانه اول في اول السياسه في جنوب السودان الموجوده في الحكومه، مواعيدين بتاع حكومه ما قدر يحترف بالحقائق، ما قدر يحترف بالحقائق المشي في جنوب السودان. لو كبير مسكنا الاخو الكبير يتكلم عن الشغله بتاعنا مع عرب، نحن شغلنا لشنو؟ على التفرقه العنصريه، الدين، وشنو حاجه كله تمييز. نحن شغلنا، نحن الجنوبيين، وجينا في ترابيزه ومشينا في استفتاء. نفسه شيء اللي سكرنا عليه في مشاملين لقيناه حاليا في جنوب السودان بعد الستة مباشرة، لقيناه في شمال وبيمارسوا فينا، يعني عاوز يكون نفسه انه هو مستعمر جديد. ده اللي رفضوا الجنوبيين، ده اللي رفضوا الجنوبيين. لذلك الحكومه رجعوا لشنو؟ طبعا السياسات الموجوده في دوله اليوم ده سياسات طبق الاصلي العرب كان مارسوا فينا من 56 بعد الاستقلال السودان. ما في حاجه ناقص فيه، نفس الممارسه لحد يوم الليله بيمارسوا نفس يعني هم بيتخيلوا انه ده ممكن نحن في قرن اللي كان السودان استقل، وما نفكروا انه الوضع الحسي بتختلف تماما مواضع اللي كان ابو وهاب بتاعنا كان من ضمن ناس اللي اخذوا استقلال. ده بقى جيل جديد في قوانين خطوه في متحده اللي بيرى حقوق الانسان في الدول، مسؤولين يعني هم مسؤولين في الدنيا ده. لولا الاستعمار الاقتصادي في دول اللي بيحصل في جنوب السودان ده كان يتم حسم بتاعه، لانه بعد اتفاقيه السلام الشامل في 2005 جنوب ما اخذ راح ماشي في الكوربشن، بعد الكوربشن ماشي في الحرب. ده الدوله دي ذاته بيستحق انه الدول ذو نفوذ في العالم يتدخل في الدول ده عشان يشوف مشكله في بلد ده شنو. لانه انت ما ممكن تفرج نفسك ان انت بقى داير تستولى للبلد الناس كله كان شغلوا فيه والناس صوتوا فيه. اليوم انا بتذكر في حاجه واحد والله، جاكوب موجود هنا ودومينيك موجود هنا، يعني انا حضرت يعني الصوت جبال، يعني ده احراج لناس دومينيك. ده الصوت ده كان في ده كندي يعمل صوت، يعني طريقه المعايدين بتاع حكومه بتاع دينجا بيعملوا في سوقات بيستقبلوا ناس ثانيين وبيعملوا، يعني ده ما طريقه تمام. يعني هم بيحب يجي في سوقات بتاع ناس ثانيين بخليه يدي راعي بتاعه، لكن انت لما تشوف هناك ده ولا انا كبير ما دخلوني، لكن انا شفت حاجه اللي عملوا لنا ناس دومينيك، انا استغربت، انا قلت يا جماعه ما فيش داعي ذاته تمشي للسوقات بتاع جمال، لانه ده احراجات ما بخليك تكمل كلامك. لو مو عارف انه انت ماشي عشان تحبسه قضيه اساسا او كلمه اساسا بالنسبه للتوفيق ولا للحكومه، طوال بحرجوك بالدقه الواحد او ينزلوك تحت، بعمل لك احراجات. انا بستغرب، يعني نحن اخاته لانه دل من معارضه، يعني من وحدويين من حركه، يعني ده جناح بتاع الحركه بتاع الناشونال سالفيشن فرونت. يعني القرار ذاته انه هل بطريقه زي ده هم بقدر ديبيت مجامع في كلاب هاوس، ده ما اظنه، لانه انت ذاته ما بخليك عشان تدي اعراض بتاعك بالكامل، طبعا بحرجوك بينزلوك، يعني ده حاجه مرسومه. يعني يا جماعه نقدر نقول لكم الماشي في جنوب السودان ده حاجه ما بيتحل. اذا كان نحن في السوشيال ميديا حقيقه كده نحن يا الناس اللي بيجيبوا حلول في مشكله في جنوب السودان ده ما عايزينه نحن بنقدر نجيبه، لانه في بعد تمام ابن عشان نستمع لانفسنا عشان نقول حقائق في السوشيال ميديا ما في. يعني كل واحد يرجع في نفسه. اذا نحن في حاله الدفاع وين السلام في محل؟ يبقى السيطره بتاع الحكومه لجنوب السودان معروفه جدا جدا، ناس ما بيلفوا ضوء. نحن عارف انه ابن الديل الجايين في السوشيال ميديا ده مدربين تدريب صح كيف يديروا الاعلام. نحن بالعكس، خاصه الناشونال سالفيشن برو، انتم انا بوصي وصيه بتاعي والحمد لله، يعني الناشونال سالفيشن برو من نهايه السنه اللي فاتت وحتى اليوم هم قادرين يقوموا ووقف عن المشكله بتاع الناشونال سالفيشن، انا حركه قاعد يدافع الحركه. لكن اذا كان دل الشباب او الاعضاء بتاع الناشونال سالفيشن برو في منابر بتاع السوشيال ميديا او كلاب هاوس، اذا ما غيروا اسلوب بتاعهم ده، يعني ده انا بشوف انه ده ما طريقه اللي انتم بتدافعوا السياسات بتاع الناشونال سالفيشن فرونت. الاخوه في حكومه في جنوب السودان اللي بيدمروا ابن اللباس الاخضر. اللباس الاخضر يعني هو من قدر يوصل فيه انه ليه الجماعه دي يلبسوا اللباس الاخضر؟ بامكان يعني هم عنده حق عشان يلبسوا اي قماش، يحطوا الاخضر يحطوا الاحمر يحطوا اي لون، في وقت انه الحركه الشعبيه لابس الاحمر ولا الاي او لابس شنو؟ يعني ما بينظروا، يعني وصل لدرجه انه داير يحددك انه تلبس شنو وما تلبس شنو، تتكلم شنو ما تتكلم شنو. ده حاجه قريب. في يعني الحكومه مؤيدين الحكومه ما يفكر انه الدوله ده حيكون في ايدي بتاعهم ويستمر يستعمر الجنوبيين ويمزق البلد لحد ما لا نهايه. هم خليهم ما فكروا زي ده. البلد فوق تغيرات، اولا في تغيرات سياسيه في العالم بيجي اي وقت كده يتخيل انت بتكذب في السوشيال ميديا تضافي حاجات اللي بيمشي كتير والديستراكشن بتاع الدوله، عدم بنيان بتاع الدوله، عدم الامن في بلد فوق مجرمين كله جاء في جنوب السودان البيسري. تخيل اذا كان في تغيرات في العالم يوم من الايام الحكومه او تغيرات يرجع وغير حكومه في جنوب السودان، انت اولا انت كرييت انه ما عندك اخو، ما عندك جيران، كذاب، ده كله كيف انت بتتخيل انه وقت بلد ده لو يتغير اقصي بالنسبه لك تعيش مع منو؟ يعني ابن العرب اللي كان بيستعمرنا كان عنده جيران، عنده اصدقاء، يعني ما لدرجه انه نكره العرب بمعنى. يعني ده كان في جوبا قبل الاستقلال في جنوب السودان وقبل السلام الشامل، ده هدي في جوبا بيخلي مواطن بيمشي، بخلي مواطن بيجي في التواليت بتاعه برا. لكن ده اليوم بيسألوه في السكه اين؟ ده دوله بتاع منو يعني؟ وانتوا داير تمشي بوه وين؟ يوم من الايام كان يتقلب عليكم بالكذب بتاعكم ده، شو تسوي؟ اترجعوا في خرطوم في حاجه دي؟ ده منو بيقعد معاك؟ ده الجنوب اللي بيقعد معاك، اللي كان انت خليته فيه النفس شويه، اذا كان يتقلب بعدين تيجي ترجع له انه يا اخوي انا كنت عملت كذا. اليوم انت ما بتقدر لو بلد ده يتغلب عليك جاي اقسى عليك يوم من الماء، انت ما بقدر تجيني انا انكل لادو تقول يا اخي معلش انا عملت ده غلط، لانه نحن قاعدين نكاتب انفسنا في السوشيال ميديا على اساس اللي انتوا قاعدين تعملوا ده غلط، ده ما طريقه انه دوله بيسيروه. اذا كان انت ديكتاتوري في اسلوب بتاع الديكتاتوريه في العالم، في مثل، في امثال كثير بتاع الديكتاتوريه في العالم. الديكتاتوري ما بيمنع انسان عشان يزرع، الديكتاتوري ما بيشيلوا سلاح عشان يدقوا زول في الشارع، بيمنع زول يمشي يسرق السمك يتربحها. موجود الديكتاتوري بيقبض الحكومه، في ديكتاتوريين بينمي البلد، بينمي البلد. اما الديكتاتوريه الموجوده في جنوب السودان ده غريب جدا جدا. لكن انا بتمنى انه ما يتغير، لكن كان جاء تغيير. يعني اخواننا في قبيله الدينكا بالمناسبه، يعني انتوا لو كان كتابات بتاعكم ده بتكاتب فيوشا في الدينكا، فيوشا بتاعكم في خبر، ما بس في جنوب السودان، في شمال السودان، في يوغندا، في كينيا. انتم كليتوا تذكروا كلام ناس يتكلموا فيكم كتير. كذب ما بيشيلوا بلد في تنميه، فساد ما بيشيلوا بلد في تنميه، قتل ما بيشيلوا بلد في سقوط اقوال. انتوا داير تراجي انفسكم قبل ما يفوت اوان. مستحديد ده مستحديد، ده الحقائق. انت انسان، انت داير تعرف حاجات دي. انت داير تفضل اخوك في بار غزال عشان تقدر تعيش معه، داير تفضل اخوك في عنا نيل عشان تقدر تعيش معه، داير تفضل اخوك في استوائيه عشان تقدر تعيش عليه. لو يوم من الايام الدنيا قربت عليك. انا بمشي كثير، نخلي فرصه للجماعه. شكرا لكم يا جماعه.
انا داير نمشي ننوم يا اوتيس، وممكن ناخد فرصه بتاعي الاخر.
Yes. Go ahead. Sorry. Yeah.
Didi.
Sorry. Yeah, go ahead, guys. Go ahead, brother. Deng, go ahead. Yeah. No, Dominion, I mean echo in my device. Sorry about that. Go ahead, Brother Dane.
ماشي شغل. حاجة اللي عندنا نقوله finally هو إنه نحن ده نقول حاجة واحد لناس السبراتيز، ده حق بتاعكم. ناس اللي بيقولوا يونيتي إنه ناس يتوحدوا ده، وأنا قاعد نشوف الشوات بتاعهم. لو أنت جيت بقول لك يا أخي تزول قبلي، عندك مخ بتاع قبلية. And they forget themselves they're coming from tribes. And بيجي بقول لك أنت قبلي. إلا تمشي بمخ بتاعنا بتاع unity أو مخ بتاعنا بتاع party بتاعنا. If you want to sell your party out, you need to sell it in a good way. لو ده عشان ناس يرضوا بالبارتي بتاعك تبيه بطريقة كويس، ورا ناس بطريقة كويس، ما باحتكار، ما ب ignorant، ما باستفزاز، ما بإنك كده بتشوف نفسك أنت أحسن. أنت لو داير يونتي بتاع ناس، يونتي ما باستفزاز. وعندنا نقول لناس كثيرة اللي عندهم بارتي بيقولوا بتاعهم يونتي، يونتي ما باستفزاز. أنا عندي pain في قلبي قتلوا ناس بتاعي for no reason. They didn't give me the reason yet. Been 7 years or 8 years now, I've been waiting for why they're killing my people. And then Berjaulele in 1991, before the independent. Berjaulele rebellion. When man نقوله مننا نعمل rebellion بقول لا ما تقول كلام rebellion. Itu nas اللي عندكم بارتي هذا أنا ده نوريكم. والحمد لله في باقي منكم قاعدين هنا اللي عندهم parties. Itu أمشي أقوله. شوفوا أسلوبكم في السوشيال ميديا اللي قاعدين تواجهوا الناس اللي عندهم pain. You will never bring a unity. Ita na manteji na business tugulana tribalism, tena business na zol tugulana zol gabali. You cannot bring me close to you. You will chase me away. أنا داير نقول لكم إنتوا ناس اللي عندكم أحزاب قاعدين تقولوا يا ناس تعرفوا حاجة، بعدين كبرياء برا. كلنا متعلمين وكلنا عندنا wisdom. شيلوا كبرياء برا. أنا شفت الشوال بتاعكم كثير، انتوا ناس اللي بتقولوا ناس يونيتي عندكم كبرياء شديد. شيلوا كبرياء بتاعكم ده برا. وانا بقول لكم بكرر مرتين ثلاثه، شيلوا كبرياء برا، لان الكبرياء بتاعكم كتير. بقيت هنا السنين قاعدين نسمع لكم بالكبرياء بتاعكم، ونحن ناس قتلوا اهلنا، حجروا اهلنا كله في معسكرات. هسه شيلوا يا ولد قاعدين في معسكرات في اتجاه بتاع خرطوم، اتجاه بتاع كوستي، نوير يا قاعدين في معسكرات. تيجي تقول لي يونيتي؟ انا ما نتكلم عن قبيله بتاعتي تقول لي يو ار ترايباليزم. انا ما نتكلم بحاجه ملا اخواني وامي تقول لي يا اخي انت زول قبلي. انا عشان كده رغم انه انا عندي بين، انا بقول للناس سيبريشن امشوا في كلام بتاعكم. You guys are highly welcome. لانه بين الناس قاعدين فوق ده ناس ما دارين يونيتي. You go for separation والله يكون معاكم، لكن انا قدامكم ده ما بغش عليكم. انا زول تقريبا، انا ما بغش عليكم ولا بقول عشان كده انا ما ادري نمشي لاي بارتي، لان انا هبوظ كريدت بتاعك. لان انا زول تقريبا انا هعمل ريبين بعمل ريبين. عشان كده نقول لكم whether you unite we still in one South Sudan, whether we separate the South Sudan to countries, I'm still after my enemy. And let me be make sure عشان تسمعني كويس الزول اللي قاعد تقول لي انا قبل ده امشي اقعد في يونتي بتاعك ده، وانا حتى لو قاعد معك في يونتي I'm still gonna remain. وانا نويراو بقول لكم I will remain. If we live in separation, I'm still gonna go after my enemy. Whether Nuer become a nation, whether we still in one nation, I will come after my enemy. وانا بكرر لكم عشان واحدين ما بعرفوا كويس ممكن يقولوا كلام بتاع دينجا. هاي كلام انا قاعد اتكلم كلام ده سنين، وانا بقول لكم تاني انتوا ناس اللي قاعدين تنبسوا ناس ده ما بتفوتونا بتعليم. ما بتفوتونا بتعليم وجزء منكم عيال صغار جزء منكم عيال صغار زي بدل الجبال قال 1991 انا لو سالته قبل قلت له عمرك كم سنه هسه ممكن هسه يا دوب وصل 20 سنه 1991 له كم سنه هسه ممكن في 1991 عمره 7 سنه ولا عمره سنتين ما بعرف شنو ولا عمره 6 سنه وبعرف شنو 1991 في ناس ولدوا عمره هسه يا دوب 19 سنه يقول لك 1991 in 2000 زول ولدوا في 2000 يجي يقول لك 1991 انتوا عارفين 1991 في كم نور قتلوا في ورا جوبا؟ انتوا عارفين في 1991 في كم نور عملوا جنسايد في بحر غزال؟ الكتائب اللي كان مشى؟ انتوا عارفين 1991 في كم نور فضل في ايسترن اكواتوريا ساكت القتلوهم اللي شالوا منهم سلاح قتلوهم في ايسترن اكواتوريا بتعرفوهم كم؟ Are you telling me 1991 ده ما في ناس عندهم بين فوق الا انتوا؟ 1991 ده ما نور كله مشى نور كله ما مشى في نادي في بور المشى ده ورنيان براو بالجيش بتاعه ولا في جيش مشى ولا لو نور جو ولا في نور كثير مشى ده وادا من براو بس وادا من ما نور كله كذب ما كويس يس 1991 في ناس قتلوهم عندهم بين ما بنقول لهم لا يس 1983 في ناس قتلوهم ما بنقول لهم لا في قاعده ذات عملوا لهم مسكر ما قاعدين نتكلم فوقه يا جماعه لو قاعدين نتذكر الماضي ما بنمشي قدام عشان كده انا زول بتاع ريبين لانه ما دام اننا عايشين في ريبين لريبين let us live on it وانا ما بتراجع في كلام انا قلته في شوارع كتير ولسه بقوله ما بتراجع في كلامي ده let us live in ريبين unity ده فوق ريبين life in separation is a ريبين let us go this way انا ما زول بتراجع من كلامي I'm responsible for my word thank you
Alrighty, thank you, Brother Deng. Let me get this clear quickly.
Didi, I think you can take over because I think this was his. He make an echo when he come back.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much, Deng, for for the great input and the things that you. This is South Sudan, a country whereby people are calling like a coliseum that people to kill themselves and butcher themselves, but except one tribe is being armed against all the tribes, and you dare not to say anything. If you say anything, what is called the regime get involved in it. And when earlier when they were saying that this is the government of South Sudan, they meaning like when they call government, it's their government. Because if you got a government in a country that favors one tribe, favors his tribe, so that means that it's their government, not the government of the country. For you to call it as a government, so that means that government should be protecting all of you. You've seen it in the Western countries where you people live, when it says the government protects everybody. So I will not go further from here. I lost the track of if you guys, any of the moderators, if you guys could remember, or Odysseus, if you're there, if you can remember who's supposed to go, or I lost the track. So,
excuse me. Can I say something today?
Yeah.
Mr. CJ, I wanted to because I have something I'm going to do. So I'm not going to be with you guys. I'm not going to continue. Just if you don't mind to give me a chance, if this is okay with you guys.
Sure.
Yeah. So remember, Didi, let me show you how many minutes we have. We have actually saved 48 minutes. So make sure everybody get a chance to finalize their point in that 48 minutes. It'd be great. So let me put my final thoughts in this, and then I'll give a chance to you, Mr. CJ. And I want to say thank you again so much from the bottom of my heart to my brother Deng Tong, who I know very well. I didn't meet him in Facebook only. I met him in real person, and we know our skills and our knowledge, and I really appreciate him in his humility and kindness, also in his frank. And this is one thing about the military. Once and it's not just military, it's also the character. You are born in this world for a purpose. Every person born in purpose, regardless how you look at yourself. Yeah, we don't choose where we want to be, but what makes you unique as a person is when you stand for what is right, better than standing for what is wrong. And in this world, a lot of people prefer to take the easy way, which is be in the wrong, be appeasing, be in a side where they can feel gaining more support and popularity, instead of facing the reality that it's not about popularity, it's not about how many people you have, because you can have thousands of friends, you can have thousands of people look like they are with you, until the 0 hour when you are losing everything. That's when you really know who's your friend and who's your enemy. And I appreciate my brother Deng Tong. We go long back, and I know he speaks the facts from his heart. I just want to say something to also Uncle Silvio. I'm proud of you, Uncle Silvio. You spoke facts, and I wish our brothers and sisters, the young and the old, to listen in wisdom instead of being arrogant, like my brother earlier mentioned, Brother Deng. That sorry, my computer is shutting down. So Didi, you gotta have to kind of like open your mic over there so people can listen. So I'm gonna be cutting off from the computer because it's always making problems. But what I want to say is this: that our people.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to let you. I think Dominic has some information from down there about some things happening down there as well.
Awesome. Yeah, that's great. I'll give him a chance. So again, I just want to, before I leave, I just want to say, Uncle Silvio, you're doing a great job, and continue. Don't worry about those who have no any points. Speak the truth, because truth is not popular, but it's effective. It makes a lot of difference. And when you challenge what is wrong, you expose the wrong and you put an end to the wrong by telling it like it is. Even Malcolm X said that. And that's why we always see them like heroes. And we will continue for our revolution. Our land is not, nobody owns it but us. Nobody can come from other area and say this is the land. No, Equatoria cannot separate. Those who saying that, they are just delusional. They don't understand Equatoria. They don't know the history of Equatoria. Some even, I'm shocked, some Equatorian, even they are born in Equatoria or they have encounters with Equatorian. They're Equatorians in blood and everything. But they have no clue, because even Waniga today, he's a traitor. This, what's his name? The other guy, I forgot, he got sanctioned before. He also been a traitor. I forgot his name. Just guys, fresh my memory if you remember him. What's his name again?
Ilya?
Yeah, the guy. What's his name? He's from Fujulu. No, from Fujulu. You remember his Elia? Yes, Elia Lomoro. Thank you. Yeah, and then we have Lobong, we have Bokosoro. All these characters have failed us, and they sold us out. And they are Equatorian. They are born and raised in Equatoria. And look at the way how they behave. So not everybody call Equatorian. Even if you look back to the Bible, even Jesus said to the people, I'm sorry I have to bring Bible, but even Jesus said, not everybody who say God will go to heaven. So the same thing, not every person who say Equatoria, they are really loyal to Equatorian. They can sell themselves cheap, even if they can betray their brothers and sisters for a trifling thing, either argument or either just because jealousy or just because of money. They are nobodies. They are not Equatorians. They're just an image of Equatoria, but inside them there is nothing. They're just like a grave empty, or a grave with just a dirty leftovers of what is going on inside. So we don't want to waste our time with them. So these people who come up and talk about nonsense, they're just trying to instigate a problem to Equatorian. And I see people are using them. I believe they are used more than they think they're in control. If you look at the way how they behave, they're not behaving normal. So for us Equatorians, we need to understand, because this topic is about emperors, pawns, and clowns. And you could see the clown behavior on them. You could see even how they are used like pawns. Pawns in Arabic, and I don't know in chess. Al-bilab shataranj fi al-jesh jundira. It's a pawn in English. So those are the people who have been used by the emperors, and those emperors are very manipulative. Not every not every emperor is bad, and not every emperor is good. Those emperors are manipulative because they are good. And let me tell you something. In politics, like some people say, politicians are mostly liars. I don't believe that, but politicians are very good at the art of manipulation when it comes to the facts. but it's still our people are evolving in their out of politics. But you see them, they're still stuck on their tribal mindset agenda. If you look at the agenda, very much in there. And they want to use Equatorian. I'll tell you, Equatorian are always been victimized by these kind of politics because everything in that SPLM was the root cause of whole tribalism, all these hell that we are now facing. Now, today, people have woken up, people are deciding what's best for them. Self-determination is the best way. It's not a way for people to hate each other, but a way to protect and defend and prevent the chaos in the future. So I don't want to go far, but remember, this conundrum is there. And then there was a lot of topic that earlier there's the lady who spoke out. Then I saw some people wrote me something. They talk about cattle, militia, Dinka. Those guys are not from other tribe. Only one tribe, Dinka. The one who are coming abusing our people in Equatoria are Dinka. The one who are raping our people are Dinka. So when we talk about Dinka, they them take the responsibility, like when they were telling to the face of the so-called Arab remnants of the north that this is Arab who are committing the crime. Didn't they say to the European that Arab are selling them slave? Even they brought them in National Geographic everywhere, and they said, yes, Arab are killing us. And they were promoting themselves for the purpose that they need to go to the West so they can be in the top position where they can actually get opportunity. And they ignored the other tribe. They did that. They brought the Lost Boys.
Excuse me, brother.
Mr. Wall, hold on. I'll give you a chance. I'll give you a chance, please. It's my final because I'm not going to be here, so I will leave it to Didi. But I want to just make sure that you guys, Equatorians, wake up. It's time for us to stand up for ourselves because everybody's standing for themselves. We cannot be following people. We cannot be the clowns. We cannot be the pawns because they're using us like pawns and clowns. Empress, we are empress to our own case, to our own issues. Today, you could see even they were talking about a topic. It wasn't even about Equatoria, but they put the title headline, what do you call that area? Tambura. And then they talk about something else opposite. And then the same thing, last time they talked about Equatoria and then they insulted Equatorian inside their forum. So these people have a clear agenda. When somebody call himself opposition, and yet he does not want to be honest about the facts that there is something going on and he want to just bury out anything that is challenging because he has an agenda, Equatorian, wake up, do not follow. Because if you follow, you are even proving to them you are a fool of a fool. You are a clown more than a clown because you cannot be a foolish person. You have to be a man of integrity, a man of character, a woman of integrity, a woman of character. Because Equatorian people are dying. The people down there, they're looking up to us, we in diaspora. Those people in the camp, they have no choice, no escape. Only us, we are the escape. We are the hope for them. So please wake up. When we stand here speaking for hours and hours, we're not here because we want to show ourselves we speak. We are here because we care, we love our people, and we want to change it. And I appreciate our brothers and allies who stand with us, and we're standing for one thing, self-determination of our people. We will give the power to the people by the people, not for a one person to be worshipped and not for an ideology that is not even speaking of the people. We don't want to follow a baseless political ideology that has nothing to do in the ground when people are suffering. We need something that's solid, that can speak for us and can elevate us up as a people. So I don't want to go far. We're going to continue the topic next time. And I appreciate everybody from Didi to Brother James, to Mr. CJ, to Mr. Nimeri, to Mr. Jacob, to Mr. Dominic, Uncle Silvio, also Mr. Wall and Mr. Keep It Low, and Brother Shah, welcome. So unfortunately, I'm not going to be with you guys, but I might come back later.
Can I interject?
Well, interjection, that too late. In the 49 minutes.
Just remind us of the time.
Yes, in the 47 minutes, Didi. So please, you take over. And Daniel, go ahead, interject in the 1 minute if you can interject. I don't know, interjection, Salva Kiir jai hina wala la?
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Bye. Yeah, Mr. Wall, in yom da gad na naman shufna ya ba jis bitakum da gad for 6 hours gadi kalam. Mahina ma complain ita kaman intazir. Ita gata naziru nas tatalo nas. Yeah, go ahead quickly, please. Ashan naddi fursa la Wall.
Okay.
Wall mat ita mala gata sal ma didik fursa. Basura Mr. Keep It Low. Quickly, please.
Are you up here? Oh, exit. Because we are running out of time, I think you guys all as well can follow Sukeji because we are running out of time. And I think I've got 2 people asking me they want to come up, but I don't know. We're running out of time. And let me see. We only got like, what is the time that I said? We only got 27 minutes. So I think we're going to wind up with everybody having like 2 minutes or something. So, because we only got like 27 minutes left. So I think if somebody ready to come in and give their 2 minutes, and before we kind of like conclude. Um, we're running out of time. I think keep it low. I can give you like a bit 1 minute or 1 minute and have to put your conclusion, and then so that we can we can give everybody equal time. And yeah. Yeah, thank you, Sukeji. Thank you. You're welcome. Shawal, brother Shawal, welcome. You can you can unmute yourself and you can contribute. Yeah. I'm really sorry, guys. So I think I'm gonna give Shawal to talk, and then from there, I don't think we're gonna really reach everybody to have something to say really because I think we're running out of time. So, Shawal, welcome. لا انت اتكلم لانه زمن ماشي لو انت اتكلمت بكون احسن لانه الناس كله يتكلموا خلاص. Yep, please.
solution for it. It will not be sugarcoating things and think that things will actually get better by themselves. No, things are actually getting worse. And the people who actually decide their path, like the people who actually want a united, Sudan, is their choice. The people who actually want a separation is their choice. That is a good point actually brought up. Even the people who want to separate, if they do not have a good system. And this very same thing I told Charles last time. So if you do not have a good strategy, if you will not avoid what is actually taking place in Sudan, if Equatorial actually take out, you will still divide yourself. If you avoid what is going on in Sudan, like one particular group dominating the rest, you will have no problem at all. And I believe the people who are campaigning to separate, they have seen it already. So they will not make a mistake like that. And I can speak on behalf of Ronas. It's something that we cannot do because it's not in our nature to anyway. There is no one particular who are dominating the rest of the country. But in collection of Sudan, yes, it's there. We have seen some new actually take advantage of what is going on in Sudan. But as a group of people, we don't have that. We are all equal.
This looks so empty and nice.
And it will not be a problem. So, and that's why the separation would be the best choice, best option for the lasting peace. I will stop here, and I thank you one more time, Didi, for giving me a chance to actually speak on this space, and I can tell.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Brother Nimeri. You're absolutely right in every words that you said, and thank you. I just wanted to appreciate you and appreciate Deng and also all that have come to spoke. Now, if anybody's ready with the time that is left, you can chip in your last remark. Yeah, yeah. Okay, you're welcome, Dominic.